here.
You guys just like, please keep your volume down. Please.
Good morning,
Last time I did
10
that.
o'clock, and we don't have the chair yet, so let's wait a minute or two.
We just use these mics.
Yeah.
He's there. And the bees.
It's 10:02. I don't see Tony, Don, the council chair, Damon. As a vice chair, do you want to take over?
Sure, Stoyan, I'll go ahead and get things started. Welcome, everybody. We want to go ahead and go through introductions. We need a roll call to start off with.
Yep.
Okay, Shell Anderson,
Present.
Jay Arnold,
Here.
Todd Byerther,
Here.
Justin Borgal,
Here.
Micah Chappelle,
Here.
Tony Doan, Damon Doyle,
Here,
Tom Handy, Roger Haringa,
Here.
Matthew Hebner,
Here.
Craig Holt, Ty Menzer,
Here.
Ben Omura,
Here.
Pete Reiki, Katie Sheehan,
Here.
Representative Keith Gaynor,
Here.
Lauren Lathrop,
here,
Senator John Lovick, Representative Alex Ramel,
Hey, good morning.
Senator Linda Wilson,
I am here.
our Assistant Attorney General Derek Meyerbachtel,
Derek will be a few minutes late.
Okay.
Can you go back? I think I saw Pete here. And,
Pete Reiki,
Yeah, I'm here. I incompetent again.
thank you,
and I
Craig
saw
Holt, Tom Handy,
I see him here. I noticed. Tom, are you there?
we see you.
Yeah, we see him, but. Okay, you.
Okay, so we have a quorum.
thank you. The next item is to review and approve the agenda. I had intended to make a motion, but now that I'm chairing the meeting, I cannot, but the chair would entertain a motion to move item 6 to after item 4. I think that there's a lot of people that are signed up that would like to talk about this. I know that our bylaws, policies, and procedures are paramount, but we have, I think it'd be courteous to the people interested in commenting on the WUI to let them go first and not sit through a couple hours of meeting. So would anybody like to move item 6 to above item 5?
I'll make that motion. Micah.
Thank you.
Micah. Is there a second?
Second.
Thanks, Matt. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, motion carries. Next item is to review. Oh, I should have stopped. Any of the public, any of the attendees would like to introduce themselves. Go ahead and raise your hand. Mr. Stevenson.
Oh, sorry. Oh, no.
Gavin Tenold. You want to just unmute and see who you are? Okay. Scott Kuta.
Hi, thanks. My name is Scott Cookta. I'm with the Department of Commerce Growth Management Services, and I'm here today to answer questions related to the WUI code and critical areas and in other environmental regulations.
Great, thank you, Scott. Mitch Nichols.
I'm Mitch Nichols, independently employed as a developer and project manager. Interested in the upcoming code changes, definitely, but here today to deal with public, participate in public comment around an issue that's not under consideration today, but is extremely important across the state. Thank you.
Thank you. Lisa Rosenow.
Yeah, Lisa Rosenow, Evergreen Technology Consulting. We provide tech support for the commercial provisions of the Washington State Energy Code.
Okay, thank you. Michael Freer.
Yes, hi. I'm Michael Fear, Executive Director of Walk a Million Trees Project, a nonprofit in Bellingham. We're here to talk about the WUI code.
Okay, thank you, Michael. Ian Casey.
Good morning, Ian Casey with Northwest Natural.
Morning. Charlotte Pearsons.
Hi, I'm Charlotte Persons. I am representing Black Hills Audubon Society in Mason, Thurston, and Lewis counties.
Okay, wonderful. Carl Schroeder.
Hi there, I'm Carl Schrader. I work with the Association of Washington Cities. We're here to talk about the WUI code as well. And I turned my camera on, but I don't see how, so I apologize for that.
Okay. Laura B.
Hi, my name is Laura Boyd. I'm with the City of Bellevue, and I am interested in the 2024 codes and specifically potentially getting information to be on the tag.
Okay. Kim Barker. Kim Barker. Okay. Andrea Smith.
Hi, everyone. Andrea Smith with the Building Industry Association of Washington.
Okay, that's all the hands I see. Looks like Mitch and Laura, you still have yours up. Oh, we got a couple more. Angela Hop.
Angela Haupt, Plan Review Supervisor for the City of Kirkland, representing myself, basically.
Wonderful. Brad Medred.
Brad Medry, Planning Manager, City of Tumwater, going to speak on the WUI.
Okay. And Bill Will.
Bill Will, Washington Solar Energy Industries Association, here to answer questions about the tag recommendations and also to sign in support of item number 7, the draft International Fire Code.
Okay, thank you, Bill.
Thanks.
Okay, with that, I don't see any other hands. And I think I only butchered about a third of those names, so I'm going to call that a win for the morning. Let's, how about a motion to review and approve the minutes from October 20th?
So moved, Jay Arnold.
Thank you, Jay. Is there a second?
Second, Ty Menser.
Thanks, Ty. Okay, any comments or discussion on the minutes from October 20th?
I'll just make a minor comment. DNR is incorrectly spelled DRN in the minutes somewhere.
Good catch, Joe. we can make a note of that and make that correction, that'd be great. Any other comments?
I'm trying to find it. There was another typo. I'll find it and send it in, but it was related to I had it written down and forgot the thing. But it was not substantive either.
Okay. I think we can accept that. Okay, all in favor of approving the minutes, say aye.
Mr. Chair, point of order.
Go ahead, go ahead.
If you can ask for comments from the members of the public.
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't realize this was a public comment item. Does anybody, any of our 44 attendees have any comments on the minutes from October 20th? If so, raise your hand. I'm seeing none. Okay, with that, there's a motion to approve the minutes. All in favor, signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? Looks like motion carries unanimously. If we could flip back to the agenda. Get it open on my screen over here as well. Okay, so now we're on to item number 6, which is public concerns with the 2021 WUI code.
I think we're on.
Sorry, no, you're correct. Public comments for items not on the agenda. So I'm going to open it up to the public for comments on items not on the agenda. If it's WUI related, if you could wait to the next agenda item, that would be appreciated. So this is open to the public for comment on any items not on the agenda. Mitch, go ahead.
Thank you again, Mitch Nichols, developer with Great Basin Land. I would first like to thank the State Building Code Council and supporting members of the Senate and our rulemaking committees for all the work you've done over the past 30 years that I've been working underneath the building codes in Washington. Done a remarkable job and been consistent, and you've navigated some really rough waters as we are now with the extension of the building code cycle. The reason I'm speaking today is because as a private individual and developer, I filed an appeal of a building official determination here in the Tri-Cities area, and was advised that the jurisdictions, the member jurisdictions of the Mid-Columbia Building Appeals Committee, which was a single committee that served multiple jurisdictions under the governance of the local council of governments, had ceased appointing, the jurisdictions had ceased appointing members and to expired terms on that board. Thus, as early as January 1st, 2018, there was no building code appeals process here in this area, and it served 2 counties and 4 cities at the time. As a building official here for 16 years, I also was a secretary to that committee as was required. And as a secretary, my job was to ensure that the appointments and reappointments of expiring seats were timely and were specific to the seats as determined by RCW 1927, which is the state building code, and which has adopted the international, and at the time, initially the uniform codes, which required a board of appeals. I'm aware that the state building code does allow, under certain circumstances and with certain compliance requirements, local amendments to the administrative aspects of the building code in Title I. However, I am not aware of any local jurisdictions having made amendments to that other than adopting those very specific requirements and adopting those positions that are essential in the decision-making process in the building codes environment, particularly when it pertains to the timeliness of decision-making related to ongoing building projects where an alternative means or methods is necessary in order to move things forward. What's happened is the local jurisdictions were approached with this information about the expiration of the Mid-Columbia Building Appeals Commission earlier this year, And all 7 jurisdictions that were asked, although only 6 were participating, said they were going to choose an alternative means and appoint a hearing examiner, as opposed to the very specific engineer, architect, and trades individuals that were previously required, that are required to hear alternative methods and means as professionals in the industry and as experts in the permitting processes, being mindful of the timeframes necessary in the decision-making process. So far, the appeals that I've requested have been not been denied. There's just been no response. None of the jurisdictions that I requested the appeals in have produced a Board of Appeals for me. And so here we sit, delayed for months in our projects because we cannot get an appeal. We're frustrated. I'm going to suggest an amendment to the state building code in the 2024 edition that requires publication of the right of appeal and a Board of Appeals on all decisions rendered by building jurisdictions in the issuance of building permits and on final certificates or final inspections or determinations in plan or final plan review commentary that are provided by the jurisdictions as a means to bring this to the forefront for the building public to ensure that we have a very fast, quick, and efficient and qualified means of hearing building appeals and challenges to the building official determinations. I thank you for your time and thank you again for your service to our industry.
Thank you, Mitch. So just to summarize, am I to understand that at one point in time there was an appeals process through the council and that no longer exists?
That's correct. The Mid-Columbia Building Appeals Commission was formed by the Benton Franklin Council of Governments in the mid-70s when the state building code was adopted. There were, 7 jurisdictions in the area, and the Council of Governments decided that it was important to try not to, because we were small communities, to minimize the impact by having a separate Board of Appeals in each community. So they developed a method to adopt the state's requirements for populating that board and maintaining that board. And then developed bylaws and gave the jurisdictions the responsibility of serving as secretaries and also maintaining appointments and active seats on that board. That served us until 2018.
Okay. Yeah, I would love to see your proposal.
Thank you very much.
Any other comments on Mitch's topic? David Spencer?
Yes, this is David Spencer, speaking on behalf of myself. So my clarifying question is, the proponent of the proposed change that's going to bring it forward going to make the stance that local jurisdictions do not have the authority to amend Chapter 1, such as where I was building official of Chelan County, and it's very specifically granted to the hearings examiner through that process, because that is due process through land action proceedings.
Mitch, do you want to comment on that?
Yeah, absolutely. No, I'm not making that proposal at all. What I'm proposing is a publication requirement and maintenance that if you're going to adopt a rule that modifies the requirement for a building appeals, Board of Appeals, that the Board of Appeals, that the individuals are equal in qualifications, that the alternative is equal in certification, qualification, knowledge, skill, and ability to render decisions on building code matters. To my knowledge, I've not met a hearing examiner that has the same level of combined level of skill, experience, and knowledge as a Board of Appeals would. Thank you for the question.
David, does that answer your question?
Maybe it's for a future topic that I would love to be part of. But I'm wondering, since it's a quasi-judicial hearing, how someone would determine that a hearings examiner would not be qualified when they hear all of their land use decisions. But that's a topic for another day. I look forward to the proposal and would love to be part of that process.
Fantastic, thank you. I'm going to assume this is Craig Stevenson.
Yes, Craig Stevenson, International Code Council. Can you hear me?
I can, thank you.
Thank you very much. This has been a long misunderstanding for over 30 years with the state building code law. The actual 19.27 does not amend out for local adoption, chapter 1. It talks about the chapters, the book that's adopted, both the residential code and the international building code. And so by default of the way the statute reads, unless a tag meeting is brought forth to the committees and to the full council to amend that section, specifically modify it, everything within the administrative chapter would apply. It's been something that I've known for a long time. I've worked with the council for 3 decades. And in fact, I had a piece of legislation I think I introduced. I saw a little bit of this problem. You have more than one promulgator of codes that are adopted through 19.27. Not all of them deal with the issue of alternate methods and means and timely response like the ICC codes. They're very specific. The other codes that are adopted by the council do not do the same. That piece of legislation was difficult to get to hearing. So that further clarifies what Mr. Nichols is really trying to express, that there ought to be openness, transparency, and a process that's easily definable with technical experts that understand what the issues are at hand, as well as give a timely response as the ICC codes require. Thank you for letting me speak to this matter.
Thanks, Greg. Okay, are there any other public comments on items that are not on the agenda? We will be moving on to the next item, which is public concerns with the 2021 WUI code. There are several attachments on the meeting portion of today's meeting on the website. I'll go ahead and we'll start off with Michael Freer.
Yes, thank you. Again, Michael Fear from Walk a Million Trees Project in Bellingham. So the latest wildfire science is very different than what the IBC's model code suggests. We submitted quotes in your attachments that are from some of the top wildfire researchers in the world, including from the godfather of all wildfire science, Jack Cohen. They unanimously agree and explain why wholesale tree removal for 30 to 100 feet around structures is actually counterproductive to wildfire resiliency. I hope you looked at those attachments. Even the insurance industry does not recommend wholesale tree removal like this. They know it doesn't work. So now the question is how to best solve the code's counterproductive tree removal, the faulty DNR map, and the conflicts with numerous state laws and local policies. Our modification proposal that we submitted is simple and clean. It removes the defensible space section of the code, section 603, entirely. This removal will not affect the energy code or building hardening sections. The SBC's staff's modification proposal, in contrast, still requires 30 to 100 feet of removal for non-hardened structures, which I repeat is not an effective strategy for wildfire resiliency. The science proves that. It also doesn't address the DNR map issue or the skewed alternative worksheet that's used if someone wants to do an alternative to the DNR map. Last but not least, the amendments would make the code less rigorous than IBC's model code and thus in conflict with the enabling legislation. The Association of Washington Cities proposal appears to only exempt urban growth areas. For most communities, the urban growth area is a very small percentage of land within the wide swath of yellow and red areas of DNR's map. Everywhere else in this proposal, the faulty defensible space code would still apply. So we believe ours is the simplest and best approach, which will then allow the SBCC during its next 3-year cycle to, 1, become better educated about wildfire resiliency, 2, allow time for an alternative model code to be developed that's tailored to the Pacific Northwest, 3, allow time for DNR to develop a fuel load-based accurate WUI map, 4, allow time for legislative clarifications that would reduce ambiguities. 5, allow agencies to resolve potential conflicts with state and local laws and policies. And 6, allow time to develop essential community education and outreach to reduce implementation confusion. Please remove the defensible space code entirely for now, instead of adopting halfway measures that don't solve the adverse impacts for people, properties, and other laws of our state. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael. Mary Ann?
Thank you. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
All right, thank you. So I am a lifelong resident of Western Washington. I reside in unincorporated Thurston County. So a little history: in 1970, Governor Dan Evans signed the Department of Ecology into law, and Washington became a model for environmental protection around the country. And then Washington went on to create laws that protect our forests, habitats, wetlands, critical areas, shoreline, stormwater, and climate against, and I quote, public and private harms. And during the 2021 legislative session, the legislature passed the HEAL. It's the Healthy Environment for All Act. So it makes environmental justice an integral part of the way the state conducts business. And the HEAL Act focuses on longstanding inequities of burdened communities. It focuses on improvements to health and the environment. So it's not a secret, tree canopy loss is an environmental inequity. It's already created dangerous pollution levels across parts of Washington. So protecting the environment protects our human health. And it's why environmental laws were and are created. The WUI code conflicts with these laws. If the council imposes codes or regulations that allow for excessive tree cutting and removal, we won't have sufficient trees or native vegetation. And they're the natural, trees are the natural infrastructure protecting our water and the built environment. We can't make it easier to create more tree loss. I urge you to read the comments on the petition form from real people living here in Washington that may have resided in other states, but they've either had a home survive a wildfire or lost a home to wildfire. It's very impactful what they say, and it's an education. Now, I understand safety concerns, and with all due respect, because I know you guys all work very hard, but I don't agree with the International Building Code Council. If home hardening's not done, then defensible space of 30 to 100 feet is required. It's not acceptable because affordable housing will opt for defensible space. The latest wildfire science is really different from what the International Code suggests for defensible space. Please pay attention, as Michael said, to the national wildfire experts that have quotes in your attachments. Now, also, my understanding, and I could be wrong, is that the code supersedes other Washington laws. So I need to hear from your legal counsel for confirmation of which actually supersedes the other. The proposal that was submitted by Whatcom Million Trees, Restoring Earth Connection, and Black Hills Audubon is the only proposal that is going to get rid of all conflicts. So I urge you to make an emergency ruling to remove the defensible space from the WUI. And thank you so much for all you do, and thanks for listening.
Thank you, Mary Ann. Angela.
Okay, so I'm not in favor or against either. And again, Angela helped against the first proposal, but I just wanted to point out, I read it last night and I don't think it's a complete proposal, because I think it just is removing sections 603 and 604 without addressing the rest of the code that those sections affect, which would mean removal of sections 502, 503, 504, 505, 506, 507, chapter 7, and chapter 8. So I didn't see this as a complete proposal yet. And that was my comment. Thanks.
Thank you, Angela. Mary Ann and Michael, you still have your hands up. Are there any other comments? And I'm not sure, I'm counting about 10 documents on the website that pertain to this. So if you have a particular document you're addressing, please point it out. Carl, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. Again, Carl Schrader with the Association of Washington Cities. For those of you who we haven't worked with before, AWC represents the 281 cities in the state, both the largest, obviously Seattle, down to the smallest, Krupp, which has roughly 50 folks in it, depending on births and deaths that year in Grant County. And so you can imagine the vastly different staffing and technological capacity of those cities. And that's one reason why we've been following the development of this code and some of the legislative conversations around it. All of those cities have a duty to protect public health and safety. So we're not at all contesting the value of having a WUI. But we have begun to hear concerns about the implementation challenges with the code and some of the illogical outcomes that have been generated by the maps. And so we've sent you 2 letters, one from September and one from November. The first, we identified a number of those concerns and requested that the council pull together relevant stakeholders and state agencies and local governments, and particularly different elements of the local governments. You know, we're hearing from our planners as well as our urban foresters and building officials and fire officials. And all of them will have a part to play in this. So we think that particularly as this code relates to other state laws, has been mentioned earlier, which takes priority in terms of, you know, the vegetation management requirements or expectations in the Shoreline Management Act and critical areas, local tree ordinances, et cetera. So we still think that would be really helpful and hope you'll still consider it. But some of the feedback we got was that you would prefer something a little more actionable in terms of actual code amendments that would address some of our priority concerns. So that's what we have identified in the November letter. I'll briefly give you a sense of the 3 proposals that we are making. One on the maps, and again, I hope I don't need to go into a lot of detail. We are seeing some communities that are really having things that just don't make sense to show up on those maps, like auto dealerships surrounded by concrete in the yellow and unforested parcels directly to the, or I'm sorry, forested parcels directly to the south, green, and then also gray, and you know, neighborhoods that are split one side of the street to the other. And we're going to have to explain to the constituents when they come in to get a permit why they have to do one thing and their neighbors may not. And that becomes a little challenging, particularly with the vegetation management. You know, if cities that require a building permit for a re-roof, for instance, would have to apply the WUI code at that point and potentially ask homeowners to, you know, cut down 40-year-old rhododendrons on one side of the street while their neighbors don't have to, and we don't want to be in that position. So on the map side, we are suggesting an amendment that would effectively take it back to the international code and allow the local officials to make findings of fact to establish mapping where the WUI would not be applied. Also, we are proposing to exempt projects that do not expand structural coverage on a site from the WUI. This would allow those small projects like re-roofs or re-siding to not get caught up in all of this. And then, and you've heard some discussion about this already, our approach on the variances around the vegetation management and defensible space standards are to provide authority for local code officials to exempt buildings or structures where they are served with a conforming water supply for fire protection services as determined by the local code official. And we did propose that to be limited to the urban growth area. And I've heard some commentary on that. The real rationale there was that that's where cities operate. We are all entirely contained within urban growth areas. And so that's what we think about. So to the extent you all want to look broader, would not be a problem for us, but that's why we put forward a more limited proposal. So I think I'll stop there and answer any questions that you might have.
Thanks, Carl. Craig.
Thank you very much. Craig Stevenson, International Code Council. I think I need to give a lot of background on this piece of legislation. I was very involved in this piece of legislation, Senate Bill 6109, having worked with Senator Van de Weg on it when he was in the House, probably starting in 2009. The original legislation proposed to adopt the entire Wildland Interface Code, known as the IWUIC. That piece of legislation was not going anywhere for a number of years. Finally, the senator asked me, Craig, what do you think will pass? And I explained to him where the stakeholders have had extensive discussions with fire marshals, fire chiefs, the building officials at the time, the home builders, and explained to him what I thought he could pass. He asked me, Craig, could you write that piece of legislation? I told him no. And the reason being is what could pass to get the start of the wildland interface discussion started wasn't the entire code. And so therefore, I explained to him if he wants to move the policy issue on the wildland interface issue forward, I would support him in what he specified. And he specified specifically some extractions out of the wildland interface code, put it into statute, and he gave local government flexibility. There is a huge misunderstanding that defensible space is required. The flexibility is given to local governments that if they don't like the state maps, and the state maps aren't the best regulatory tool to break it down to the granular of one parcel to the next, they were never intended to do that. The legislation was trying to get mapping of some sort established, and then it also allows in the statute local governments to do findings of fact, delineate where they want to, who's in, who's out, what do you have to do, and they are able to adopt more of the code than what is in statute. What this does is it gives more flexibility with, do you do defensible space? How much of it do you do if you do it? How much fire resistive ignition construction you do, and it puts it totally in the local administration vein. I don't think people understand that that legislation did that. So if a jurisdiction doesn't want to do what's been adopted through statute, and I do believe that the rulemaking proposed goes beyond what the statute authorizes to be adopted, that can be corrected with future pieces of legislation. There can also be a piece of legislation that helps with more funding towards mapping that gives local governments that feel they don't have the resources to do the mapping themselves. There's a decision that the council can make. And by goodness, I do not want you to do what Lahaina and Maui did. I was there shortly after the fire, and the defensible space that a few people did around their homes is what saved them as unicorns. That's what we call them when there is a building in the midst of an urban area that didn't burn down. They didn't adopt the wildland interface code, but there's several instances about what they did not have close to their structures as far as vegetation, what they had as roofs, and what they had as materials that kept embers from going underneath decks and into foundations and the like. So even though they didn't adopt the code, they had some of the things that you would do if you had adopted the code. Those are the ones that are held out as success stories. To absolutely throw away a defensible space is the most ridiculous thing that you could do. The code does not require clear cutting. It requires that you do ladder fuels and duffs out of the way so you don't get up into the tree canopies. The code allows you to have 10-foot spacings from the crown of the tree to the crown of the tree. This is a misunderstanding that people have had for ever since CAL FIRE created the original wildland interface code that became the International Wildland Interface Code. So I've done a lot of teaching on it. Would certainly love to do some more training on it. Recently did a presentation to the governor's staff in Hawaii, as well as the design professionals there. Please don't throw out everything that's good about this code that's reflected within the statute. Stay true to what the statute is doing. If a local government wants to have the flexibility to revise the mapping, they can do the findings of fact. They can adopt no more than what the code, the model code has, but they can adopt up to it or any bit less than. So total flexibilities at local government, they just have to do that work. If there's any questions, I'll stand for them. Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you, Craig. A quick question. Craig, I assume that you've read the code as we have passed it. Did we make it more stringent somehow than what was in the legislation?
You know, I think there's some good intention there, and there's a lot of hard work that the tags do. I'm not going to minimize that at all, but I'm not convinced that it's consistent with what the statute intended to do. I think you should take a little bit of a timeout, talk to Senator Van de Weg, make sure that you're fulfilling the fullest extent of what the statute directed you to do. Be really assured of that. And then back up and say, you know, local government, you can do more than what the state. So it's a mini maxi of sorts of what the state can do. It doesn't give the flexibility. And in fact, I know the building officials have said, well, the construction level is ignition resistant 1, the highest level. That is true. Do they have within the structure of that the ability through the state adoption per the statute to reduce it? Not like a local government would have. So getting at the intent to give the flexibility, and I know that's an anomaly, and I know that code officials want to have everybody do the same thing, and the map is really specific. And it doesn't matter whether you're in Montana, Alaska, Idaho, Wyoming, it's the same issue. It has to do with how well can we rely on the map? And is it a state map, or does the locals have the ability to adjust the map? In our case in Washington, it's the ability to adjust those rules so that you have something on the books. To do nothing is irresponsible. To reemphasize that, to do nothing is irresponsible.
Thank you, Craig. I see Dustin has his hand up, says he's staff. Maybe he's going to tell me I'm doing something wrong. So.
No, you're not doing anything wrong. I was going to wait my turn to kind of echo what Craig was saying. And we've talked about through the proposals that we have on the website posted. And I was going to touch base on the proposal prepared by staff. You know, I hear the concerns with too much tree removal and environmental concerns. I also do come personally from a background of wildland firefighting. And what Craig says about ladder fuels and duff removal is exactly what they train you in the firefighter school. So I think that the proposal that we have prepared by me, and then we have some input for some others, which doesn't remove defensible spaces, but alters it to, I think, something that maybe could be favorable on both sides of this fence here. There's a big picture to paint here, and it's how you navigate chapters 5 and 6. And one of the first things that you've got to look into is section 501.1, which allows you to do structure hardening per what is in the legislation for the RCW, which is strictly building hardening. And then if you want to, you can actually do structure hardening through section 503, which then has you do defensible space, which complies with section 602 or 603, I'm sorry, 0.2. And I think that that's where we can get some mileage from changing what's in the code as adopted today. And what I was thinking would be a nice compromise would be to allow for buildings that are constructed in accordance with 501.4 through 501.8 to only have to do that portion of the structure hardening. If you choose to do compliance through section 503, then you're doing the defensible space that is 50 feet, 100 feet. And, you know, it's based on the fire hazard category that you are finding through other sections of this code. I think it's a little complicated and confusing, especially when using our map. I think the mapping could be better for folks, but I also think it's kind of spelled out there as well. And so I think allowing someone to have a definitive one-way path through 501.4 through 501.8 or 503 and have the defensible space be based on those two pathways is a good compromise to move forward without removing the defensible space completely from this code. There's a lot of work put into it. We start off with the model code, which I believe we put a lot of faith in as documents to modify and start with. And I think that removing it is a terrible idea. And that's where I'm going to land at the moment. And I can share the documents with you guys if you like.
Is it one of the documents that's posted on the website?
Yes, sir. It's the proposal labeled SBCC.
And just to clarify that, Chill Anderson also, you see option 1, option 2, Chill added his idea there. It's not the SBCC staff only. And Damon, we have a person in the room here who wants to testify, just to let you know.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate that. In the order I saw, Charlotte's had her hand up, and then Brad, and then I think Micah had his hand up and put it down. I see Representative Rommel has his hand up. Let's go ahead and go with the person who's present, and then I'll come back to those people in order.
Thank you. Lynn Fitzhugh. I would like to draw to your attention that you have sign-on letters from 16 groups asking you to leave defensible space out of the WUI. Since then, 2 more groups have joined. Tacoma Audubon and Birds Connect Seattle have also signed on. Collectively, these groups represent thousands of members across the state. The individual petition has 324 signatures on it now. All of these people do not feel you can wait 3 years to fix this. I realize that you hate emergency measures, but between the risks of increased flooding, landslide, and heat dome effects, as passed, it is an emergency. I want to acknowledge that you have before you 3 different proposals on how to fix this. One from my group, Restoring Earth Connection, in coalition with Whatcom Million Tree Project and Black Hills Audubon, one from the Association of Washington Cities, and one from the staff, and that is confusing, having 3 proposals. You are essentially right now between a rock and a hard place. The rock being that the state legislature asked you to use the international WUI to make this code and not to reduce any of its prescribed levels. The hard place being that what you have passed is in conflict with 7 Washington state laws and regulations. Our coalition considered both things very carefully in making the straightforward proposal that you remove the defensible space provision from the WUI. I do not believe that will do what Angela said, and I hope you will call on Michael to clarify that. This is the only way that you don't run afoul of 7 laws, and that you are not required to use all of the international code, nor did the legislature ask you for defensible space. The other proposals do not solve the problem. The AWC proposal only removes the problem from the UGAs, which means it still runs afoul of the 7 laws in the places where it does happen. The staff proposal attempts to make it a developer choice, but that means that where the defensible space still happens, it still runs afoul of the 7 laws. I do think that the AWC's other 2 proposals to make this not apply to remodels and ADUs and to remove the map do make sense and can be done in conjunction with our proposal to remove the defensible space. Last month, Chad Hansen, a nationally known expert on fire science, also quoting dozens of studies, said that this code is not based on the best science. An example was given earlier about Hawaii. Those unicorn cases in Hawaii had used home hardening methods, which we do fully support. They had 5 feet of defensible space around them. So it is not indeed necessary to have the extreme defensible space that this code now has. I wish that what Craig had said is true, that the version that you had passed allowed all this flexibility to cities and jurisdictions. In the way that it is currently written, it does not allow that flexibility. That is something that we had checked with the staff several times, as had the Washington Association of Cities. I think it's possible to have it lined up that way, but that's not where you are right now. In terms of an international code, I think it's possible to make international plumbing and electric codes because that doesn't change from country to country setting. I deeply question the idea that one kind of forest fire protocol can apply to all the many ecosystems of the world. We know that both trees and fires are different from Eastern Washington to Western Washington. And it is often the case that if you do not have current science And if you do not have the science that applies to your environment, you do not have what you need. Thank you.
Thank you, Charlotte. I'm going to call on Brad, then Representative Roel.
What? I'm not Charlotte.
Charlotte, your mic's still live.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't realize I was up because you said, thank you, Charlotte, but that was Lynn.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Okay.
I'm
So,
trying to
I'm
track
sorry.
on my, go ahead, Charlotte.
Okay, I'm Charlotte Persons. I live in Olympia, Washington, and today I'm representing Black Hills Audubon Society. Our letter to you of November 3rd is rather long, so I will start by highlighting some of the significant problems of the 2021 Wildland Urban Interface Code that are in that letter. First are 4 legal problems created by the defensible space requirements. As Craig said, that part of the code is not in alignment with the intent of the legislature. Also, the defensible space requirements conflict with at least 7 state laws. Outreach for creating the code was so inadequate that not one person from the public participated in the public hearings or submitted testimony. Also, as has been described a lot today, the code rests on the International Building Code, but that code is based on outdated science. And second are logistical problems. Now, there's been some discussion about whether each local jurisdiction can create their own map. I suggest that is not the intent of a statewide code. But right now we have a static, low definition map that erroneously designates all high population areas as interface or intermix areas, regardless of their actual wildfire risk. We urge you to work with the Washington Department of Natural Resources to correct the map. Please use California's 2017 revised map as a model. It updates in live time, is accurate to the building level, and crucially, designates as wildland urban interface only the areas with human habitation and forests. Forests are the highest level of wildfire fuel. Because the WUIC is a radical departure, we also ask you to request state funding for educating the public and local jurisdictions to eliminate confusion. We urge you to declare an emergency rule to prevent the code from going into effect in March. Then there'll be time to revisit and rewrite the WUI code. We urge you to remove the defensible space language from all parts of the WUI code, and while we support the use of ignition-resistant building materials and methods in new residences. You have received, as Lynn said, 3 different proposals about how to improve the code. Only the one proposed by Black Hills Audubon Society, along with Whatcom Million Trees Project and Restoring Earth Connections, goes beyond half measure. By eliminating the defensible space requirements entirely, our proposal is the only solution that prevents those requirements from taking effect in some residential parcels. Therefore, it's the only proposal that eliminates the code's conflicts with existing state law. We ask you seriously to consider adopting our modifications to the code. Thank you.
Thank you, Charlotte. Somehow my names got shuffled here, but Brad, then Senator Rommel.
Yeah. All right. Thank you very much. My name is Brad Medred. I'm a planning manager at the city of Tumwater. Very brief background on our interest in the code. We are updating our hazard mitigation plan as part of the Thurston County update, and the WUI is part of that update process. In addition to that, we're also in the process of updating our landscaping, street tree, and tree preservation codes. As part of that process, we wanted to make sure that those codes, as we're updating them, do not conflict with other state regulations, including the WUI. As we actually went through the WUI, we had more concerns about actually trying to interpret it. It's not very clear. We've had multiple conversations with members of the State Building Code Council and others to try to determine what exactly the requirements are. We don't think those are clear enough. I appreciate the testimony from Craig earlier. However, I don't see the flexibility that he speaks of in the current WUI title, chapter 3, dealing with the mapping. The findings of fact process that is outlined in detail in those amendments really just establishes a process by which a findings of fact can be established and a map change can be made based on individual projects. It is not a jurisdictional wide mapping change, which essentially means we would have to run the same calculations for every property in the city if we wanted to make the changes according to the findings of fact process. We ask that the council consider the proposal from the Association of Washington Cities. We think that's an appropriate response to, number one, get a code into place to address this issue that needs to be addressed, but to do so in a fashion that is implementable on the ground. Thank you.
Thank you, Brad. Representative Royal.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I guess my question is going back to Dustin. We heard from Craig and others about the intention that that there be local authority to come up with unique maps. I don't see that in here. Is that the intention? Does that exist in what we've actually adopted for Washington State, not just the international, but what we've adopted for Washington? Do we have the ability for local governments to come up with maps that are more fine-grained than this DNR map?
When you heard them talk about findings of fact for the local official, it's in a different section that's not mentioned in any of these proposals that we have online, but in chapter 3, there is provision for a local jurisdiction to do their own finding of fact and kind of help amend the maps that are out there. Micah raised his hand almost immediately when we talk about that type of stuff. I would like to let him maybe elaborate a little bit more on that.
Okay, if I can just sort of follow up on my question, and Mike, I'd love to hear your thoughts on this too. I guess my question is, like, how difficult a process is that? And are we basically saying to every local jurisdiction out there, here's another unfunded mandate that we're not paying you to do, but it's going to take X number of FTEs?
Mike, do you want to respond to that?
I think I've got about 35 minutes worth of responses here. And I will just respond with the findings of fact. That item is specifically in the legislation. That's where it gives the authorities of the local jurisdictions to do findings of fact. It is reiterated in chapter 3, but chapter 3 is the process to do those findings of fact. There's nothing in the legislation in Gross Substitute Senate Bill 6109 that provides the guidance on doing findings of fact. Chapter 3 is a general information on how DNR went through doing their findings of fact and creating their mapping. My understanding is that is pretty much a national standard that was done as well by the Department of Agriculture and U.S. Forest Service to create their wildland urban interface mapping. So that it is a standardized process, standardized information that is outlined in chapter 3. The allowance for that is in the legislation, not necessarily in the code. And then I've got a lot of other stuff, but I will, hopefully that answers Representative Rammel's question.
Any sense of how much effort what the level of effort is there? Is that, one person working for a week, or is that an entire team for months?
I don't know if there's a specific answer to that. That depends on the decision or determination by either the applicant or the jurisdiction. In other words, what I mean is if the jurisdiction wants to accept the DNR mapping, great. If an individual applicant says, hey, I disagree with this, I'd like to do the findings of fact, I'm going to do the work, the jurisdiction would need to verify that. Or there is an opportunity, again, there's nothing spelled out in the legislation, but my understanding is the jurisdiction could, if they chose to, go through and do an entire findings of fact for their jurisdiction and modify the map and provide that information to DNR. So there's no real answer to that. It just depends if you want to do individual parcel or by the whole jurisdiction.
Okay. One more comment, if I could, Mr. Chair. Just following up on that, I guess I'd love to hear from folks in, other folks in city government about the level of effort required there. I mean, the one thing I've heard pretty consistently from almost everybody is that the DNR map isn't the right tool for this. And so if we're saying this is the tool you have, and if you want to use something else, you've got to come up with your own. We're really pushing that off to every local government around the state. I really think we ought to know how much level of effort that is that we're asking folks to put in.
I'll have a quick answer to that. I believe that's what the legislation already does. It pushes that off to that the DNR map is the required map. And if you aren't in agreement with that, you have the opportunity to do the findings of fact for your own map. I don't think that's something that the code or the SBCC can modify, because that is what is in Gross Substitute Senate Bill 6109. Others can provide answers if that's incorrect.
But tell me if I'm wrong, the legislation doesn't require the defensible space. It required the construction standards, but not the defensible space. And so that was the addition that we, as Code Council, have now added the defensible space application for that map for which it was not intended.
Certainly, the proponents, which I was part of that work group, decided that the defensible space was an important component of the entire WUI code, not just the structure hardening. The legislative language is non-enforceable language. There's nothing to tie it to the map other than saying once the map is done, it needs to be implemented. If you read the legislation in the way that RCW states, you would have to require those structure hardening requirements to every structure. There's nothing that says what the individual meanings of the colors of the map are, other than adopting the entire code. The defensible space is additional, and I know that folks are open to modifying that section. I agree with others that maybe there's some clarity that needs to occur there, but removing it removes an important component in this whole package.
Okay. Thanks, Micah. You still have 27 minutes to come back. Mark.
Excellent. We're going to need
it. Mark Jung.
Hi, thanks for taking my comments on this. I worked on the committee with Micah. This was difficult. My feeling with working with that committee was that we were to find a way to effectively implement the requirements of the RCW and so I think there are some things that need to be clarified, particularly with respect to the map. In the original legislation, the map could be, I think, could be amended by the local jurisdictions with a process of findings of fact that was in Appendix E. And it's in it's in Chapter 9 now, I believe. But the changes that we made in Chapter 3 essentially lock in the findings of fact process to duplicate the process that DNR used to do their findings of fact. The Appendix E or Chapter 9 findings of fact process that would be implemented by local jurisdictions allows much more flexibility based on local knowledge and an objective process that's defined by the local jurisdiction. The issues with the DNR map are obvious when each jurisdiction looks at it. In Kirkland, we have areas of interface and intermix that are in Lake Washington, and it reduces the credibility of the jurisdiction when we represent a map like that. It doesn't allow the local jurisdiction to correct for obvious issues. I feel strongly that the map or the requirements in Chapter 3, if we were to implement them as a local jurisdiction, would lead us to exactly the same conclusions in almost every case as were reached in the DNR process. The DNR process was a good process, and I think it produces reproducible results, but it reproduces results that aren't relevant to the hazard in a local community. So I think it's important that any adjustment to this legislation or to this rule allows local jurisdictions to employ an objective process based on Appendix E that would allow them to have control of their local map. The DNR map should be a foundational document, but the local jurisdiction needs to have more. In addition, I think it's important that any rule change here clarifies that buildings constructed or modified under the requirements that are prescriptive in Chapter 5, essentially the things that are lifted out of the RCW and put into the code, those buildings should be recognized as ignition resistant construction level 1, where in almost all cases the defensible space requirements are not required. They're essentially considered non-conforming, so that buildings that are built with those ignition resistant characteristics don't really require defensible space except in the most extreme situations. And then finally, I would also like to see a change that would allow local jurisdictions to decide if the requirements for the prescriptive requirements are required, or if the rest of the code becomes opened up where this defensible space requirements are applied and the rest of the parts of the code. Essentially, that was something that I lobbied for in the community or in the committee and wasn't successful in convincing the rest of the committee. But I think it's important to allow local jurisdictions to decide if they want to sort of open up the rest of the code or if they want to follow the requirements of the RCW. That I believe was the charge of the committee, was to make an implementable code, and I think that's an important feature that we didn't accomplish. Thanks for the opportunity to comment.
Thank you, Mark. And I would ask to try not to be repetitive and do be concise. I'd like to wrap this discussion up by noon, so we're halfway through our agenda. So, Scott, you're up next.
Thanks, everybody. Scott Cook, Department of Commerce Growth Management Services. I'm the critical areas policy lead for our agency. And I'd like to say our state partners and Commerce have been met once to talk about the WUI code, and we put off our next meeting because we were understanding that the adoption wasn't going to be till March. So we would like to have an opportunity to work together. We like the idea of a work group to work through all the issues here, and won't repeat all of the concerns. But we do share concerns about conflicting regulations. In particular, critical area regulations require protection of functions and values of critical habitats, such as sagebrush, shrub steppe habitat to riparian areas. So it's really not clear, if there's a code that would take precedence of one or the other. So in essence, fire and building officials reviewing building permits, they're not typically implementing the critical areas regulations. So there's really nothing that talks about hierarchy in these regulations and what takes precedence over another. So we would have concerns, and local governments are required to protect all functions and values of the critical areas. In terms of riparian areas, that could be, that's woody debris recruitment into rivers. That's shade, which helps with climate resiliency. So there's these laudable policy aspirations on both sides that I think we need to work through to address. Another thing counties and cities are required is to adopt this new legislation to adopt climate resiliency as a part of their comprehensive plan. So that plays into into vegetation management and how we're dealing with that. But it also talks about climate resiliency in terms of fire resiliency. So it's a lot of things that local governments are going to have to deal with, and I think they need more guidance from the state partners on how to implement the WUI code and maintain their environmental regulations. And I'm available for questions if you have any.
Scott. Jeanette, go ahead. Jeanette McHugh.
There we go. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Jeanette McCaig with Washington Realtors. I just wanted to not repeat what everyone has said, but just kind of add to some of the comments. One, we agree that there are a number of challenges and conflicts with the maps. We agree with the problem of trying to implement this code at the local level. And we agree that there are a lot of challenges when it comes to other state codes and policies that come into play. Based on the fact that this only went through 2 big meetings of the tag, I think, and also, the folks that were promoting the WUI code that's before you today, they did try to get some legislative changes, but being the type of session it was last session, weren't successful. I agree that they do need some legislative changes. So I think it's something that needs to be pursued, plus trying to really slow down, clean up, decide how we're implementing this, and how we make that easier for someone who's developing property, but also for those homeowners trying to figure out what they can and cannot do on their property. And for all these reasons, we would recommend that, as you've heard before, this body doesn't like to do emergency rules. Get that. But I think this is such an important enough issue that, and as was just mentioned from Commerce, that resiliency sub elements to the comprehensive plans are being looked at. And so having all this information available for local government would be helpful. So we would recommend go ahead and do emergency rule or whatever you think you need to do, but keep the process going on the WUI code, pull in all the players, make sure you get the county's representatives in too, and let a large group of stakeholders come in and help with this code. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Jeanette. Mitch.
And in support of Scott and Jeanette's comments, I'd ask that we be mindful of the costs of compliance, and particularly the conflicting requirements and the competing interests. Developers are being granted a lot more permits for density increases, planned unit developments, and this puts structures closer to each other than they've ever been before, and which reduces substantially the ignition resistance, regardless of the type of materials you're using, unless you're using completely non-combustible materials. And with the winds and the environments, and we're in the heart of the shrub steppe and world out in eastern Washington. We know how wildland and wildfires move and how quickly they can consume structures. And once those structures become involved, how they can easily jump to other structures with minimal, with minimal resistance, even when there's been clear space between them. Because of their close proximity, they become involved and are lost as a result of that. These costs will ultimately be borne by the people that buy the homes, and whose expectations are that these homes are built with safety in mind and their safety, and they need to be comfortable in that. And with spiking interest rates and the cost of construction going up every day, we really would hope that there's mindfulness in the fiscal impacts and economic impacts, and in the implementation. Perhaps the Department of Commerce would be as supportive of this as they have been of the energy code updates and allow for economic incentives for builders and developers and home buyers that are buying these ignition resistant homes and homes that are compliant with these requirements. Thank you.
Thank you, Mitch. I'm going to go a little out of order and call on Nick and Dave next because they haven't spoken, and then we'll circle back around in order. So Nick, you're up. Nick,
my apologies. I didn't mean to raise my hand.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Dave? Dave Cookott?
Apologize, I didn't realize I was muted. Thank you very much for the opportunity to be able to speak. I was also a member of the Wild Urban Interface tag. I voted against the proposed change that the tag came up with. I believe I was the lone vote against it. I felt that the amount of time spent on reviewing it was inadequate. I don't think that we've had all the proper people participating in it. So that I have my general comment with that. City of Spokane adopted the full WUI code. So in general sense, we're kind of sitting back and seeing what everybody else is doing with this thing. But I want to be able to pass on that we've embraced the DNR map. We feel that it is a 50% solution, which means we don't have to spend 50% of our time to try and figure out where we're going to do things on our map. We have worked and spoken with DNR. They're very enthusiastic of having us update our area to keep our map up to date in their system as well. It is a layer on our GIS. It's being used for single family construction, other construction areas within the city, but we also verify it. We're not necessarily going to take it as that's the official rule, that's the guideline. So as part of our process, we are evaluating those areas that are identified in the WUI from the map, verifying it. If it's not correct, we correct it on the map. It's very simple to do. The map is flexible. The map is also not static. I mean, that's one of the things I think people are, I seem to get some kind of feeling that wow, this map is just a mess. Well, the map is going to always be changing. And that's something that's pretty important. Last statement is Spokane County experienced two different types of wildfires. One of them was in a heavy forested area, and one of them is in a grassy area with some trees within it. I very much understand what science is related to fire, but I have to say that experience can outweigh science. From our experience, the defensible space homes survived. Those that did not survive. That's the basic facts of what we had from our fires here. It was a right in our face experience of what worked and what didn't work. We're going to continue to use defensible space. And we are really understanding that this is not clear cutting. This is basically a selective, controlled, mitigated response. We have received a $1.5 million grant, and we are mitigating our properties within the city to be able to reduce wildfires. We think that's the most important step you need to take. Thank you.
Thank you, Dave. Brad, Carl, then Micah. Brad?
Thank you. I was just allowed to speak. First of all, the level of effort that our jurisdiction has spent on trying to develop the mapping to follow the procedures that are outlined in Chapter 3 has been fairly extensive. We do not have the resources that other jurisdictions have. We are a city of 26,000. We're actually fairly well off budget-wise, but our GIS staff is limited. So that mapping effort has been pretty substantial. There are a couple of concerns I have in regard to the statements that have been made about whether there's flexibility or not within the legislation, 6109, that allows individual jurisdictions to adopt their own maps. We're not seeing that in the legislation when we're going through that. Number two, there is a statement in the Washington amendments that allow in Chapter 3 to use a process outlined in Appendix E of the International Wildland Urban Interface Code to develop findings of fact. The problem is the Washington Code didn't actually adopt that, meaning that the international code says this is an optional only. It's actually the exact language is informational purposes and is not intended for adoption. So you're asking us to do a process that we can't do if we were actually to be challenged on that. Those are our concerns. Thank you.
Thank you, Brad. Who do we have up next? Carl?
Yeah, thank you, Chair Doyle. Just briefly wanted to respond to Representative Rammel's question about capacity and what this looks like at the local level. Brad gave you a good example from a city of 25,000. I would point out that that's roughly the 50th largest in the state. So we represent 281, meaning 231 of those cities would have less population, presumably less staff. We have over half the cities in the state, less than 5,000 in population. So that's what I was referring to with the vastly different staffing and technological capacity. If the base is a map that is everyone acknowledges is incorrect in certain areas, many of those communities may not have the ability to go back and change that on their own. However, we do think that adoption of our amendment that would allow individual jurisdictions to adopt their own maps would be preferable to putting out something that is just base incorrect. But really, I think a lot of this discussion is emphasizing the need for more conversation to make sure that everybody knows what exactly is in this code and what is not. And I don't know how you do that with the time that you have today, but I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you, Carl. Micah?
Excellent, thank you. I got a list of stuff, and again, I can start and stop a few times if necessary, but I do want to mention that my understanding is that there were some other written public comments that were provided to SBCC staff that may have been late in the game yesterday, last night, that may not be posted online. I think that maybe we need to have a mention of those. One of those I understand was from the Washington Insurance Commissioner's Office in support of this and in support of defensible space. And there are some others with questions. And I do want to go through some of the comments that have been made, some of the public comments that are written from Million Trees and the others. In two of them, Million Trees and the Black Hills Audubon Society both mention the State Urban Forest Management Plan. And I do want to read from some of that. And it talks about in section 2 that the urban and community areas of Washington state, there is a need to plan for, promote, and manage urban and community forests. The key word in there is manage. That's what this code does. It doesn't wipe out those forests. It doesn't wipe out those trees and vegetation. It manages those. That is inherent in the 603 language for defensible space. Even the maintenance of defensible space talks about management, remove and replace. I'll bring that up. Maybe Scott can clarify that from Department of Commerce, but my understanding is in ECAs, environmental critical areas, that you are allowed to remove and replace vegetation with some limitations. That's what defensible space does. It says modify the fuels to put in something that is more fire resistive, or it allows vegetative fuels to be combustible as long as they limit the spread from those plants to the native plants. That's in section, I'm going to say 603.2.3 talks about that. Heard mention of wildfire risk. There is a wildfire risk map. This is one component of wildfire risk that goes into making a wildfire risk map. This is a wildland urban interface map, which is based on vegetation or distance to vegetation. That's my understanding. DNR could probably clarify that, but it is not. It is one component of risk. It is not the only part of risk. Mentions that I heard that they couldn't find out where in the legislation that the allowance for the findings of fact occurs. It doesn't explicitly say you can do findings of fact. It says there shall be a technical program established or funding provided from DNR. Again, that allows, in my opinion or interpretation, the jurisdiction to do the findings of fact, even if there's no funding to do so from DNR. Scott also mentioned, and it's been mentioned in others, I believe there's a public comment from Seattle's Department of Construction Inspections that talks about hierarchy as well. And what we mean by hierarchy is determining if the WUI code defensible space comes before ECA requirements or landslide requirements or other things you're concerned with, environmental critical areas or other tree ordinances. The answer is they should work in coordination or correlation with each other. I don't think that the State Building Code Council should set that hierarchy because that could be different for different jurisdictions. There are jurisdictions that are completely flat. They're not going to be worried about steep slopes that need to be protected in their vegetation. They may have other things that would take precedence. Maybe that defensible space require a removal of vegetation per the WUI code would be more prominent in that jurisdiction. So that hierarchy, yes, should be there. That should be established by the jurisdiction, and that can be done without the SBCC's input, unless we decide to do that. I appreciate that Dave Kokot came on. He was an integral part of the work group. He did vote against it as a package. There are some things that could always use work. That's code. That's what we do with code. That's why we all are here at the State Building Code Council. We modify codes every 3 years. But it does sound like the Spokane area is taking advantage of the DNR map, accepting their findings, because it is a standardized process that they used, even if it's may not be exactly to the micro specifications per parcels for each jurisdiction. It is a usable map for understanding vegetation. With the Spokane area using or adopting the WUI code, it is implementable and usable as a whole package. Again, if we start parsing these things out, it's not as effective or enforceable as a package. So I appreciate everybody's input. Again, I've got a lot of other things. I know that I emailed Dustin looking at some of the public comments on here, some of the changes. I emailed Dustin a few proposals that may address some of the smaller items, which would be where additions or alterations would not have to do defensible space. Where existing structures, as long as they're in compliance with the scoping provisions of sections 101.4 and 101.5, I believe, that they would not have to provide defensible space, or new construction, relocated construction, maintained, repaired construction that met the legislative language, which is 501.4 through 501.8 in the state adopted WUI code, would also not have to provide the defensible space. Again, those are options. I believe I provided another one that we could look at, which was another concern of a lot of folks, where the tree-to-tree crown 10-foot clearance requirement, we would remove that. We heard that, hey, the 10-foot to structures and other things is not a problem, but the requirement for crown to crown, that takes out more trees than we want to take out. So there are ways to probably mitigate some of these things without, again, as Craig Stevenson mentioned, throwing out the whole code or throwing out the entire section for defensible space. I do encourage us to look at those proposals. And we do want to go back to the AWC letter in their section number 1 of their letter, talking about the allowance for jurisdictions to do certain things. That is what chapter 3 is about. In their proposal, they want to strike chapter 3 in its entirety. It gives you the process for doing your findings of fact and modifying the DNR map. Again, I encourage maybe some possible changes to defensible space, but limit those changes. I think some of the proposals here today are much more beyond in scope than what we want to do, whether it's an off-cycle rule or an emergency rule, but maybe some minor tweaks could be very effective and probably find a middle ground or balance as we move forward. I see a lot of hands up, and I know Damon wanted to get through this. I'm here for a lot of questions, and I appreciate the time. Thanks.
Thank you, Micah. And I've got our panelists listed in order, but I see an attendee popped in there, and I don't know what order she was in. I would hope that some of our panelists might suggest an actionable item before this discussion is over, so we're not just talking about it. Linda,
I would like to do that at some point, Dustin. Thanks. Or Dave.
Okay. Senator Wilson?
Thank you. This is just kind of a general question here. because we have been discussing changes in bylaws, policies, and procedures. So this is, I think, a great opportunity to ask, what exactly was the vote that came out of the TAG committee? It kind of popped up when one of the members said that they voted against it. So how many were voted for it and against it to move it forward? Because we have suggestions in the policies to make it 2/3. And then if it's under 2/3, then it should be, well, it could be disputed. So I'm just curious, what was that vote?
We don't have this information at the moment. But
Mike, do you recall?
I can look at that.
I think Dave Cocott was the only dissenting vote for moving those proposals forward to the BFP committee and the full council.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Jay.
First question for the chair, is public comment closed at this point, or we're moving on to council discussion?
I did not technically close public comment. That might have been an error. If we get through this quickly, I'd be happy to let Mary Ann comment quickly if she wanted to.
Okay. And then just from the discussion, the feedback that we're getting both from local officials, some of the feedback that we've gotten in public comment and from submitted in writing, I do think that there are 3 areas that we need to look at in this code. Clearly, while the DNR map works for Spokane and some other areas, there are some areas where there are some real problems, and concern really has some issues with the ability to do local changes. When you look at 302.2, the findings of fact, it talks about the findings of fact shall comply with the provisions of Appendix E and is permitted to be based on the worksheet in the procedures of section 302.3. And as you go look at those things, those are parcel specific issues. And we've heard from local planning officials that cities want to look at this and counties want to look at this more broadly. So I think we have to look at that issue. There is some questions about flexibility. We've heard some about the intent of the language, but we've also heard from local building officials that that intent isn't there, especially in defensible space. So I do believe we have some work around that. And then we are hearing a lot about defensible space itself. And I think there's a number of different approaches here that we need to have a broader discussion. Now, while we're not in a position as the State Building Code Council decide today, I don't believe that we have to. When we get to a point to make a motion, I'd like to be able to propose that we go into off-cycle rulemaking and put all 3 of these proposals out for public comment with the intention of adopting revisions by March 15th. 2024, and that would allow us to get some more information. It would allow some of the discussions about interests and people coming together in a work group to work on language. Mike, it sounds like you have some proposals that didn't get into our packet, but I do think we need to start the process to make some changes here. Thank you.
Thanks, Jay. Chell?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I like where Jay is going with that. I've been listening to lots of stuff and reading the proposals, and we have a lot of different ideas about that. And I think that putting this into a rulemaking process is probably a good idea. It is challenging. There's lots of considerations. There's the intent of legislature versus what the legislation actually says, the intent of the code versus what it actually says, and then the level of effort for AHJs to figure out how to modify this. I guess the remedies are probably putting this into a permanent rulemaking process, off-cycle permanent rulemaking process, and that's kind of what I heard Jay say, and I agree with. I guess we could put all of this out for public comment, and that might be good, and we might end up with lots and lots of challenges out of that. So I kind of wanted to see if we could narrow it down a bit today, and not just put everything we received out for public comment. It seems like there's a consent there, or there's a lot of discussion. What resonated with me, I guess, is what I'll say. it seems like if we have prescriptive hardening for 501.4 through 501.8, that defensible space may not be required. That seems like one general thing. Growth management areas being exempt, that seems like another, reasonable thing. Renovations being exempt might be part of that. The tree to tree crown, those all seem like parts of what there's general agreement around. I guess I would rather limit the number of proposals we put out for public comment to a smaller number, so we can accept public comment more readily. So I guess I look forward to putting something out for public comment today, but I don't have a specific group of proposals at this point. I've listed some general things that I have that if I was to put something out for, I would include in that. I guess I don't have a clear motion at this point. So I'll listen to others. Thank you.
Thanks, Joe. Representative Ramel.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I think I'm in a similar position. I think that we do need to put something to rulemaking. It is pretty clear to me that I don't want to throw out defensible space as something that's going to be included in how we prepare our communities for wildfire risk. It's also pretty clear to me that the map tool that we have for where to apply that and is not the right tool for that. And it seems to me that the conflicts with the current defensible space requirements and existing codes and goals and local government policies have not been well integrated. So I guess if I was going to make a motion, and I'll just try and see if there's head nods that this is the right direction to go. But if I was going to make a motion, I would say I'm interested in the cleanup to the defensible space standards that I think is encapsulated in State Building Code Council's proposal number 2, or option number 2 in the State Building Code Council's proposal, and put that alongside maybe a step further than where Shell was just going and where the Association of Washington Cities has gone. Instead of a number of different exemptions where buildings or jurisdictions can opt out, I would rather say that the defensible space requirements should be opt-in for local governments and kind of allow the laboratory of democracy to work a little bit. Let some local governments try this out, work out the kinks and challenges with integrating with some of the other codes, and then in 3 years look at how we might integrate the defensible space requirements with the rest of the WUI code. That would be the motion I would like to make. And just so we've got something to discuss, I'll go ahead and make that motion and see if there's a second.
Okay. Could you restate your motion?
Sorry, that was a very long motion. My motion is to advance to rulemaking and begin public comment, asking staff to integrate option 2 and a revision that would make the defensible space requirements and opt-in for local governments rather than an opt-out.
Okay. There's a motion on the table. Is there a second?
I will second that.
Okay, seconded by Peter. Okay, the remaining hands, Todd, Katie, Micah, if you could keep your comments to the motion. Todd, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Thank you for this today. I have gained a lot of knowledge even today, although I thought I was prepared for this meeting. I don't know if I'm quite there yet on the opt-in on the defensible space. Again, I've said in previous meetings, you know, I come from the forest products industry. Forest management practices are inherent in what we do, and they're not foreign to me. So it's interesting to me to get the different perspectives here and learn from these perspectives that this is a challenging concept. I don't think it contradicts, you know, a lot of our existing life safety considerations and planning. In fact, I was happy to hear from our fire official in Spokane, you know, that the DNR maps are being utilized at 50%, you know, starting point, essentially to do the local planning and even on a project by project basis, you know, adaptation and something I think I learned today and want someone to correct me if I'm wrong. I was coming into this similar to the way we do our we substitute in our DNR tsunami maps. Sorry, I blanked there for a second. And I was thinking that like our tsunami maps, those are referenced by the code in Chapter 16 IBC, but those maps are locked. We have to change, I believe, in our Chapter 16 when we update those maps. I think what I'm understanding today, and now I found it in our both in the actual and gross substitute bill 66109 and in by reference in our WUI code, is that map is allowed to be dynamic. And that was interesting to me. And someone correct me, I'm seeing Micah nod just to confirm that I'm interpreting that correctly. That's really encouraging to me and appropriate in the sense that it's a starting point. The DNR maps, and I do think they're the right agency to do this because they also put out our forest plan for the state. And I think we need to have some harmonization between that. And I think where we're lacking in the state is the harmonization between our local planning departments. And I'm stepping away from 2 4-year terms as a plan commissioner in the city of Spokane. This has been very challenging to get these thought processes together. So I would like to see that reinforced at the local level, give the cities the resource they need. Representative Ramel, I appreciate your line of questioning. You know, to me, I read the Senate bill and I see it in there that a department, and I'm not clear if that's Commerce or DNR, is supposed to provide these grants and these supports. So I'm curious if that is not being done. I think that's out of what the state building code is responsible for in our rulemaking, but I think it's very critical that the legislature does support this and that our administrative agencies are supporting these local communities. So I'd like to see that reinforced. And because if it really does work properly, these cities then are updating the statewide map. So I'm not in support of making it optional. I'll leave it there so we stay on topic with the motion at hand. So thank you.
Thank you, Todd. Katie?
Yeah, thanks. I have some procedural questions that I think would apply to any motion. So, and then a comment. But first, what I remember is that there was some question as to whether or not we could entertain any kind of amendment to a code that isn't that the effective date is not here and yet. And so just wondering if we ever got an answer, if I see Dirk's on the line, or if Stoyan has an answer for that, that would be really helpful. And actually, I think that the other piece that we haven't really delved into, and I'd love to hear everybody's comments, is about the emergency nature of this rule. And I think we can all agree that there are some major amendments that need to happen to this code. And I'm just wondering if we can do all that by an effective date of March, given everything that needs to be correlated after all of this. I just don't see how it works. And after talking to the folks that I talked to, there does seem to be a need for some clarification, but could that, and this again might be for Derek or Stoyan, could this be that clarification, you know, that the map is fluid, that the or changeable, that jurisdictions can adopt, and I understand it that they can adopt by not just the prescriptive path, but by a performance path. So, you know, I'm noting that most of the comments came from the west side and came from Thurston County, and over in Spokane, we're still reeling from our experiences over here. And so we're adopting this. So, you know, it's like maybe Thurston County and the surrounding counties, I hear what you're saying, and I'm in agreement, but perhaps it's more of on a jurisdiction by jurisdiction basis. And so my two questions to boil it down to is relate to making amendments to a code that's not adopted. And then the second one was around the emergency nature of this work that we need to do. Thank you.
I'll let Derek or Stoyan respond to that, although I think the code is adopted, it's just not implemented. So
Yeah, get to step out for a little bit, so I'll try to provide some information. We've been talking to the code revisor's office. We've been talking a lot in the last few months. Pertaining to the emergency rule, my understanding is we cannot file an emergency rule on something that is not effective yet, because the emergency rule is effective immediately after filing, and if we file it tomorrow, the code is effective on March 15th. So the emergency rule won't work. Off-cycle rule, again, based on conversation, I think my understanding was we cannot file an off-cycle rule again prior to the effective date of the regular rule, but I didn't see any issue with working in the off-cycle rule. However, I need to, again, it seems like we're discussing with the code revisor's office on step by step until we find a solution. And after each conversation, I get more confused instead of, you know, have a better understanding in the process. So, so far, based on, again, the conversation, no on the emergency rule, and I believe we can start working on off-cycle rule again with the detail here that the effective date cannot be before the effective date of the regular code. It can be one day after it, but not one day before that.
okay, thank you.
Yeah, I'm here. Do you mind me jumping in for a second?
Go ahead.
Echoes what Stoyan said. I think I would make one adjustment, and that would be sorry, can you see my face? Like, why is Zoom quitting on me just when I start talking? That doesn't make any sense. I mean, like literally the second I started talking. The technology gods are trying to tell me something. My understanding, and I might need to research this a little more closely. Again, I'm going to stop my video. Can you hear me okay?
You're good. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. Sorry, Chair. My understanding is that we could set an emergency rule to be effective at a later date. That is allowable. But as Stoyan has explained, we couldn't do that until the new rules go into effect in mid-March. In other words, we couldn't put in place an emergency rule until the middle of March, and the emergency conditions may have changed by then. Certainly nothing would preclude us from starting off-cycle rulemaking, filing a CR 101, engaging the CR 102 process. And as a matter of fact, we're doing that with respect to the energy code as we speak. But the effective date for those rules would have to align with when the rules are going into effect in mid-March.
Okay.
I hope that was clear, and I hope you could hear me.
Yes, we could. We'd like to see it too, but that's, we can hear you.
I don't believe you.
Micah, go ahead.
I have a follow-up for Derek first, and then I'll have some other points. Derek, does the off-cycle rule, I believe we talked about this in the last meeting, does an off-cycle rule like we're going through for the energy code have to sit through a legislative cycle and be adopted by December 1st prior to that legislative cycle?
Yeah, a really good question, Micah. Those are some challenging requirements under the code. We have taken that approach with respect to the changes to the energy code. There is a history, as I think we all know, for the Building Code Council to engage in off-cycle rulemaking and have that go into effect before the end of legislative session or not be adopted before December 15th. I'm not prepared to render a specific opinion here on that. I guess what I would recommend is moving forward and doing what you think is the right thing to do on the policy side, and then we could design it in a way that tries to mitigate risk as much as possible with respect to the process.
Excellent, thank you. In some ways, I want to support the motion for Representative Rommel. I do have reservations like Todd on the opt-in portion. However, I think I have a solution to do so. It would be a modification to your motion to enhance or expand the exceptions to a few other exceptions and reword those. I've sent an email to Dustin, and I wouldn't mind requesting if he could pull that up. It does maintain the exception to option 2. It would reword it a little bit to align with the scope of chapter 1 of the WUI code, but they would also include the exceptions for the existing structures and the additions and alterations portions of the WUI code. That way, those would also be clarifying that they don't have to provide the defensible space, similar to those buildings or structures that would fall under the 501.4 through 501.8 section. What then could occur would allow that flexibility of the individual jurisdiction that was mentioned to opt in would be under RCW 1927-560, section 2 and 3 states that all counties and cities and towns may adopt the WUI code or any portion thereof, as long as it doesn't result in something that is less than the base model code. So if they wanted to remove these 3 exceptions that I'm going to propose, then they could do so, meaning that they could provide required defensible space across the board as the current code is written. So I think it would capture both the concerns and option of number 2, but it would also capture your concern, Representative Rommel, to allow jurisdictions to opt into requiring full defensible space. So I don't know if Dustin has the opportunity to pull that modification up, but if they're open to that, I would request that we modify your motion, Representative Rommel, and see if we can get that second. Thanks.
Is it the section you're talking about?
Yes, thank you, Stoyan. And as you see, since you have that pulled up, the exception number 1 is more or less the option number 2 that Dustin or SBCC staff put forward. That is talking about buildings or structures constructed in compliance that are constructed, altered, relocated, repaired in compliance with 501.4 through 501.8. That language is similar to the scoping language of section 101.1 of the Washington WUI code. And then it talks about the existing buildings in compliance with section 101.4, and then the additions and alterations in compliance with 101.5. That would eliminate those from having to provide the defensible space, but the RCW would then allow them or a individual jurisdiction to remove those exceptions and require defensible space as a whole if they see fit. And that's kind of the opt-in that you would have requested, Representative Rommel. So if you're interested in modifying your motion, I'd be happy to support that.
Thanks, Micah. I appreciate the effort to find a compromise position on this. And I think we're all kind of trying to figure out what I'm sorry, Mr. Chair, I wasn't recognized.
No, go ahead.
Go ahead. Okay.
Right.
I do think we're all trying to figure out the right compromise here. I think this still requires the defensible space requirements across the board, which either with exemptions, or if a local government opts out of this, then would require it for everywhere in the map. If I'm understanding your proposal correctly, I'm sorry, the language on the screen here is a little bit small. But if I'm understanding that correctly, that is a different proposal than what I'd what I'd hoped for. And so I would opt not to accept that as a friendly amendment.
Okay, I guess I'm not understanding. The exception 1 is exactly the same thing that is option 2 that you move forward, so that's okay. I apologize. And then exception 2 would clarify the exception 2 and 3 would talk about existing structures and then additions and alterations, because the option 2 doesn't clarify those at all. So if you read the code as written with the only exception from SBCC staff, that means additions and alterations would have to provide defensible space along with existing structures that the code official deemed necessary. So I appreciate your input. It's unfortunate you don't want to accept that. Thanks. I'll make a separate motion. I don't know if I can do that now, or and we'd have to consider that motion before your motion.
Micah, you can propose an amendment, and if there's a second, then the amendment would be discussed.
Then I would propose an amendment to the motion to include or modify the exceptions to have exception 1, 2, and 3 as provided or shown by Dustin or showing on the screen.
Okay, there's a motion. Is there a second?
I have a question about the motion, but I would probably second it. Micah, are you making any, as part of your motion, are you including any change to the original motion's suggestion of an opt-in, opt-out? I guess I'll second the motion and then I'm gonna ask that question.
And Micah, you're struggling, your microphone's struggling, you're muted for one. There you go.
Thanks for seconding that. My answer would be I don't think there's a need to make that motion or change that, because that's already allowed in the RCW for jurisdictions to opt in or adopt a portion that's more restrictive, or excuse me, adopt the base code language of the WUI. That's what I'm getting at. Or remove an exception to only leave the base code. In other words, you're allowed to do so as long as you are not doing something that is beyond the base performance code, the minimum requirement. Long answer.
Okay, so we're now, the discussion is focusing on Micah's amendment to the motion. Jay, I believe you're up next.
Chair, I'm sorry, were you calling on me? You kind of broke up for me.
Yeah, you're up next, Jay.
Okay, I'll speak to Micah's amendment first, and then I may have my other amendments that I want to propose. But to Micah's amendment, if given the clarification that Shell has mentioned that this doesn't impact Representative Ramel's original proposal to make defensive space opt-in, which I think is an interesting solution to some of the feedback that we've heard. I do agree that in the situations where a jurisdiction opts into defensible space, that these exceptions are necessary. Clarifications given some of the feedback that we have, and would support Micah's amendment. Thank you.
Okay, Roger, speaking to the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a question. I need clarity on the original motion as far as the timing goes. Is this motion for us to go into special rulemaking? Because the amendment would apply to the original motion, and I want to understand what process. If I'm going to vote on this, I need to know what process I'm voting on. Is this a process to go into special rulemaking? Is it emergency, or is this a change that we think we can make today, get it through the adoption process, and come March 1st or March 15th, whatever the date is, this change is adopted?
I understand. I believe this is off-cycle rulemaking.
Okay.
The only thing that's left at question is whether it needs to run through a legislative cycle, or if we just take the risk and go forward.
My comments would be then both to the original motion and the amendment. I looked up the Senate Bill 6109 some documentation in there. It says the adoption began in 2003. The bill passed in 2018. We're in 2023. There was the way we got to where we're at today was a year and a half or something. I don't know. Micah could tell us exactly the process, how many meetings that there were of the tag to come up with where we are at today. Our council voted on it and approved the current version. And I understand that there are challenges with the current version. But at the same time, I also, when I hear people mention Lahaina, when I hear people mention the fires that were in Spokane, when I read the document that got submitted by the insurance commissioner, and I know that insurance companies are leaving California, I feel we have to have something that goes into effect in March, and special rulemaking is another year out. And so that's another year where there is nothing for people to do. And I think we have to do something and get it implemented. And I recognize there are things that need to be improved in this. So I will be voting against anything that goes into special rulemaking because it would not be implemented by March 15th. I don't believe. So I think anything that we have to do, we need to make some minor tweaks, get it through the process, do the best we can, get it adopted in March of 2024, and then focus on the next version of the code. I mean, last meeting we were up here talking about how are we going to get all the work we've got to do to adopt the 2024 code by 2025. And we didn't have answers, and we didn't have a schedule that necessarily worked. So now we're going to put a whole nother off-cycle rulemaking in the mix. And I just think we need to do the best we can with what we've got, make some improvements if we can, but get it adopted by March 15th.
Thank you, Roger. Chell?
Yeah, I guess, does staff have a response to estimated timeline if we entered into the off-cycle rulemaking today with one or more proposals?
If we have a simple proposal that doesn't need 15 technical advisory group meetings, I think we can succeed. It's difficult, but we can succeed and do it before March 15, 2024. Or the other option is, and Dirk is here, he will correct me if I'm wrong, we can do an emergency rule. Again, if it's a simple proposal, we can do an emergency rule with effective date March 15 or March 16. We will coordinate with the code advisor's office on that. And then we can start working an off-cycle rule or do a better job for 2024 code adoption cycle. I mean, these are options that we can explore, and these options also have to be discussed with the code advisor's office. Dirk, any?
Well, first I'm going to risk putting my camera on and see if this works. I think that's right. So what would that look like? You could take action and direct the filing of an emergency rule. That would be a decision made prior to December 1st, right? Which is the operative date for purposes of this rule. And you could make an emergency rule effective March 15th. Again, that potentially created, don't want to say too much, but there's some questions. Is it an emergency? Is it not an emergency? And you would want to make a finding or determination now that it is an emergency for purposes of filing that emergency rule. That emergency rule, as we all know, is only good for 4 months. I always forget if it's 120 days or not. And then it expires. You could extend it while permanent rulemaking is being undertaken. So that's the general rule. As Stoyan has indicated, you certainly could start the process now of permanent rulemaking and have that in effect, hopefully by mid-March. There could be some legal questions regarding whether you've made the decision before December 1st on the final rule, and that could create some risk. That risk though could be mitigated in turn by putting in place later an emergency rule that aligns with the permanent rule that's been adopted, right? Same language, but is a bridge until the new rule goes into effect. We do not favor emergency rules being in effect for a year or for a long time, right? That's not a great look. But if there is active rulemaking going on in an emergency situation, then there is a legal justification for that. So there are a few options on how to move forward, including involving emergency rulemaking.
So just to clarify, you're saying if we started an off-cycle rulemaking today, for example, and somebody challenged whether that was in effect before December or sat through a legislative cycle, we could then potentially implement an emergency rule until the next legislative cycle?
If there is
a legal challenge.
Emergency rules are 4 months, and they could be piggybacked, if that's the right word, if there's ongoing rulemaking. So that is a potential option. I should say there's no risk of not having this rule be adopted before the end of, or effective date rather, before the end of the next legislative session, because this isn't going to happen until March 15th anyways, right? Unless there's a very long session coming up and our members here can stop that from happening. The potential legal question would be whether all decisions have been made before December 1st on off-cycle rulemaking, and there's some legal risks in connection with that.
Yeah, but
go ahead.
Sorry.
Please.
But if someone brought up a legal challenge to the process, then we could potentially engage in an emergency rule to bridge between the end of March 15th, 2024 and the following year. Is that what you're suggesting?
Well, I'm leaving it all up to you as to what you do, but I am saying that is an option.
Okay, great. Yeah, I favor this, and I'd like to hear from staff slightly more on how we could adopt a rule before March 15th. An off-cycle rule.
Well, it will be difficult due to the time frame. Krista just checked the calendar, so if we file the CR 101 now, we have a time frame we have to wait, and we can do, Krista, when did you say?
So we would then file the CR 102 after January 5th, which puts our first possible hearing on March 27th, or not March, February 27th.
Yeah, and generally speaking, rules go into effect 30 days after. So you have your hearing, you can adopt the rule the following day, assuming you make no changes to it. You have to do all of the other paperwork, but it could be adopted the following day. It doesn't have to be 30 days. You could specify an earlier adoption date. So from what you're describing, it is possible to finalize the rule before March 15th, although it'll be a push.
And if the earliest we could do it was March 18th, but we had the rule, we could adopt an emergency rule to bridge between the 15th and the 18th. So the 15th.
Very common practice.
Okay. So it sounds like we have a path to do this to Roger's kind of question. So if we have a timeline that's reasonable, then I generally support the amendment, but I had a question for Representative Ramel. When you made the original motion, you were saying it was opt-in or opt-out about defensible space only. Was that? Okay. So I guess in looking at the code, see that the amendatory motion would allow jurisdictions to opt in or opt out. And the prescriptive option, which is 501.4 to 501.8, if you do that, you are not required to do defensible space per the option 2 that was part of your motion. And with Micah's amendments to it, it appears to me that, in fact, that's the case, that defensible space jurisdictions could strike those and then require defensible space in those instances. So I support the amendatory motion. And yeah, I guess that's it for now.
Okay. Mike, I believe you're up next.
I'm back on for the original motion or before that. I'm sorry. I don't know. I just see hands up, so I don't know where I'm at in the list, but thanks. I'm on hold. Thank
Okay, Todd?
Okay, thank you, everyone. This is healthy. But boy, we got deep quickly. And I want to make sure that we still ground this and I want to make sure I understand in plain language what we're trying to achieve here, because I hear us getting very deep into going fast to fix something that I personally don't feel is a problem, but I want to keep this discussion going. And I'm wondering if this is a better debate to integrate in more with other processes, especially in the next session. And if some of these discussions are more appropriate in committees at the legislature. I think what I really appreciate here is that we're talking about environmental and climate issues in particular. That's one of the main drivers. I think, unfortunately, that a concept such as defensible space is now being attacked as a necessary planning and mitigation tool. To me, it's not; those aren't bad words. This is how you manage your property, in particular in forest conditions. These are understandable concepts that we're not only talking about, like most of our life safety codes, where we're talking, it's about the specific property and the structures and the life safety of the occupants. In this case, you have a social responsibility to the health and well-beings of all Washingtonians, to, whether it's private or public land, to manage your property, because it's part of general planning. One thing I'd like to raise here, and why I think it maybe is more appropriate to have the legislature weigh in, is that we also are at a time where cities and counties are updating all of our comprehensive plans. And with House Bill 1181, I believe, we now require climate chapters or considerations for our goals and policies. And so at the same time we're doing this, I think we can have this healthy discussion. And if the legislature really wants to push us to go into emergency rulemaking, that they absolutely have the power. And that is one of the triggers for us to go into rulemaking, is that, by mandate. So I just put that in perspective. I think we don't need to move this fast. I think it is understandable, and defensible space are not bad words. So thank you.
Thanks, Todd. Just a reminder that we are discussing Micah's amendment to the original motion. Pete, go ahead.
This is a very, very difficult subject matter, and I have read many of these motions multiple times, and it's still, there's a lot of unclarity. I like Alex Ramel's motion in its originality, that jurisdictions have the ability to opt in as opposed to opt out, and that gives them the freedom of, say, Spokane to make their choices, and the freedom of Tumwater to make its choices. So I am in favor of that. However, I am very concerned about the timeline of getting this done before March 15th, and that is probably one of my greater concerns than anything else. And I am still not yet convinced that we can get this done by then without delaying the code in its entirety. So I am very concerned about the entire process. Unfortunately, I'm not all that adept at how all of these details work. So I would like a little bit more clarity on how we get to this, to passing this motion, or these motions. And I'm not sure which motion we're actually talking on. We're talking on the motion to the motion. And it is, frankly, I'm a little confused on whether or not we can get this done before March 15th. And that is my major concern. If we can't get it done before March 15th, then I would have to, go with what we have on the books.
Thank you, Pete. Hopefully when we get back to the original motion, we can clarify that for you. But right now we're talking about the amendment.
Okay.
Representative Ramel.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Appreciate the discussion on this. I guess I would just say that, you know, the intention of my original underlying motion is that if a local government looks at this and says, we don't have the staff and we're not funded, and we know that the map that we have from DNR doesn't work well in this jurisdiction, we still have the construction standards that will protect our community from wildfires. And that gets us a big step towards improvement. And there's nothing else required for those local governments at that point. If another government says, hey, we really want to go that extra mile and look at this defensible space, they could say, hey, the DNR map does work in our community and we'd like to apply it, and they can opt in. Or they could go through the process of developing their own local map as outlined in Section 3. And if they do that, then they could apply defensible space requirements to their own local map. I do think that Micah's recommendation here is an improvement over kind of the status quo of where the WUI code would go without any amendments. If this amendment, if Micah's amendment hangs on my motion, I still think that will be a step in the right direction. But I think a full opt-out rather than a list of ways to be exempted, excuse me, a full requirement that local governments that want to participate opt in, rather than a list of exemptions and ways to opt out, is preferable from an administrative standpoint. I'm kind of reading the room. I'm not sure I got the votes for it, so we're talking a lot about it. Would urge that we move quickly to get to a vote and then figure out how to move forward.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, is it time for a break?
Well, I was kind of hoping we'd wrap up, at least get the amendment passed or not passed. Roger and Katie, do you have some concise statements or?
No, my comments are more general. I can wait.
Then let's go ahead and take a break for Mother Nature. It's 12:16 by my clock. 5 minutes, 12:21. Does that work for everyone? Anybody want longer?
Can we do 10?
10 minutes for lunch.
Okay, yeah, so we can do 10. Actually, let's do 14. Let's reconvene at 12:30.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, everybody. Okay, everybody. I believe we're back. We'll pick up where we left off. Katie, it looks like you have the floor. I think Micah's hand is still holding for later. Is that correct, Micah? Yeah. So if we could do Katie and Shell and then Micah, and once again, remember, we're talking on the amendment to the motion.
Sure. I thought Roger was ahead of me, but you took your head down. Oh, okay. So I've got two things. One is I'm okay with this amendment. I think that that already got said, and I by Representative Rommel. I wanted to kind of address a little bit about what Pete was talking about and the overall timing of everything. And
could we
is that okay? We'll talk about that later.
When we come back to the main motion, yeah, that'd be appreciated. Sure. Shell?
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I mean, this is how I think the code reads with Micah's amendment. If you do the home hardening per 501.4 through 501.8, you do not need defensible space. And if you have existing buildings or parts of existing buildings that you are not modifying, you are not required to do anything to those parts of your building. So if you're doing an interior remodel per exception 2 or an addition alteration with exception 3, you are not required to do anything to your building other than home hardening, and you're not even required to do home hardening on any part of the building that you're not touching on the exterior. And meaning you don't need to do defensible space unless you're doing additions or parts of additions that and then you only need to do it on those parts of additions that are new. So defensible space would not be required for anything that's existing and unmodified. And it would also not be required for for existing buildings, as long as you harden the new parts of that addition or renovation that you're actually touching. So in most cases, existing buildings will have to do nothing other than harden parts that they're touching. So to me, this eliminates the defensible space requirement as long as you do the home hardening on the parts of the building you're touching. And that seems like a good path forward to me. So I'm in favor of the amendment. I just wanted to kind of make it a little clear that either I understand this incorrectly or just make it clear for everybody. But if I said something wrong, please let me know.
Thanks, Joe. Todd?
Thank you. And Shell, that is what I was also looking for. Someone just to state clearly what we're talking about here in this amendment. I guess the part I need help with is that's a very building centric focus, meaning that's what protects the structure. And maybe that's what all of our scope should be. And I need help from the WUI, members and so forth to help us frame this. Should we only be thinking about protecting the occupants and the structures in the life safety code? Or is this also consideration for neighboring property and holistic, planning of our urban areas? And I hope that makes sense, but those are two different things. I was considering both, and therefore I'm not supportive of this, although what the exceptions I see there make perfect sense when we're only talking about structure and life safety of occupants. So Micah, smiling, hope you can help me, please.
Micah, you're up.
I agree with you wholeheartedly, Todd. On this, honestly, I'm not in favor of modifying the overall proposal, but if we're going to move forward with something, this was a balanced way to do so based on the concerns. You are correct in that the Wildland Urban Interface Code as a package looks at not only protecting the structure and the occupants, but protecting the wildlands and vegetation and forests from structure fires. So this kind of takes away part of that step and is not the best path forward. But if we were going to amend something, I think this is the best path forward to amend it, even if it doesn't meet everything that we're looking for.
And just a follow-up question, if I may, Chair. The consideration, is that okay, Chair?
Yeah, go ahead.
All right, thank you. Sorry. I think where that comes into play, and I need help again, because I don't have it in front of me, is in the defensible space. I mean, we do have considerations of density, that this is an interesting area of our life safety code where the risk to of one structure and the number of people associated with that one unit is very low compared to the risk to 100 or so units in that area. Like that is factored into life safety code of what the risk is to how many people. Is that fair?
Yeah.
Yeah, building codes, buildings that are really near to one another have additional requirements in the building code about fire jumping from building to building.
Okay. Roger?
Yeah, I just want to, again, I'm not in favor of the amendment or the original motion. I don't believe because of the timing, but I also want to state, I've read through the code many times over the last week. I've consulted with people. In my mind, the defensible space makes total sense. It says very specifically, trees are allowed, period. Trees are allowed. The 10-foot crown to crown, believe it or not, I actually have a forestry degree from about 45 years ago. Don't use it very often, but I know that mature trees that are 10 feet apart are probably too close together, and it would be healthy for the forest for them to be trimmed, thinned. So you know, and then, you know, keeping the materials picked up and, you know, you prune the trees. The defensible space makes complete sense, and particularly when you start, again,
And remember, we're talking to just Micah's amendment.
yes, I know, but Micah's is trying to reduce how often the defensible space gets used in the amendment. And so that's why I'm not going to support it. I think the defensible space is makes complete sense the way it is in the code right now. And I will state, I am as in favor of trees as anybody else on the call, I'm sure. So.
Thank you. Katie, did I skip over you, or are you still holding from your previous question?
I'm still holding. It's okay.
Ty, go ahead.
Thank you. So I guess I'm not sure if the underlying motion goes quite where I think it ought to go to find the best solution to this kind of sticky issue. But as I understood Micah's amendment, when you originally presented it, you characterized it as kind of structured differently, but leading to a somewhat similar result. But then as Chell just explained, it looks like to me there's a pretty big gap between the two, which I guess is why we're debating this and voting. But I just want to make sure I understand. So for example, if Tumwater, for example, did not want to apply defensible space under the underlying motion, they would have wholesale ability to opt out, or they would just not opt in. But under the amendment, as I understand it, there would be certain things that they wouldn't have to do, but there'd be a lot of situations where they would be forced to apply the defensible space requirements. Am I understanding that correctly? Micah, I guess I'll ask since it's your amendment.
I'm trying to process what you're saying, but I don't think that's correct. If you choose to go through the options in 502 and 503, that's a choice. It's a choice. It's not a requirement. So you would in that instance look at having to provide defensible space. However, if you go through the structure hardening of the legislation, which is included in this code, which is 501.4 through 501.8, then you wouldn't have to provide defensible space. So there's no other requirement for them to do something unless they choose to by taking an alternate path outside of what the legislation required. I don't know if that answered it, but it's my take on what you said.
Did that help? Representative Vermel.
Thanks. Just two questions to clarify the proposal here, Micah. The first, my intention with the underlying motion was to include all of option 2 presented by SBCC staff that included not just section 603.2, but below that, 603.2.2, the changes on crowns of 10 feet to crowns of adjacent trees, and the ground cover requirement changes as well. Is that included? Are those changes there shown on the screen? Thank you. Are those changes included in your amendment to my motion?
I didn't know that was part of option 2. I read the document completely different. I thought option 1 and option 2 were only specific to modifications to section 603.2, and staff can correct me if I'm wrong. However, say that again, Dustin, I apologize.
You're correct. So you have 603.1, you have option 1 and option 2 for this section only. Sorry, 603.2. And then everything else can be applied to either one of these options.
Okay, and so my intention had been to include the everything else, starting with 603.2.1 responsible party down. I had intended to include that in my motion. Micah, is it your intention to include that as well? Or are we in alignment there?
It was not originally. I was going to make a separate motion if we were going to move forward rulemaking changes to modify 603.2.2. similar to what Dustin has proposed, but not exactly. But I was not looking at specifying what a mature tree is. I think that's still debatable, whether the just height of 6 foot and where that language came from. So my intention was no, not to include those, but we can discuss those at a further motion. It was only discussing what I understood to be option 2, which was 603.2.
Okay.
Micah, just so you're aware, you've got your microphone's doing some funny things. We can hear you for the most part, but you're becoming distant. So, Representative, does that answer your questions?
It answers my question with regard to what Micah's intent is. It weaves a question in my mind of what's actually on the table here. His amendment would only affect that section of my proposal. So if his amendment hangs when we vote here, the motion will then be for his revised section 603.2, but then the rest of 603 below would still be part of my motion. Is that your understanding, Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. Any other discussion on the amendment?
Sorry, one other question on the amendment. Looking at the Association of Washington Cities proposal, they've got the sort of opt out for given geographies if you're if it's in an urban growth area or within city limits and there's adequate water supply. Is that sufficiently covered, Micah or Shell? Is that sufficiently covered in your mind by Micah's exemption 1? Does that do the same thing?
I don't think it does the same thing. That was something that I would suggest we include as well, the exemption for those boundaries. That's just an opinion.
So we could talk about adding that later if Micah's amendment hangs here.
Let's see if we can dispense with the amendment first so we can get some forward progress. Jay?
No, you go ahead and vote. I was asking for clarification. Can ask for clarification similar to Representative Rommel, but we can talk about that after.
Okay. Any other discussion on the amendment? Micah, if you could try your microphone without the video, maybe it might be a internet speed thing. Could you restate the amendment?
The amendment would be to further modify section 603 in option 2 to include the 3 exceptions that were posted or shown by Dustin.
Okay. Let's go ahead and I'd rather do a voice vote. Let's take a roll call vote because it seems like people are kind of split on this.
Bill Anderson,
Yes.
Jay Arnold,
Yes.
Bayreuther,
No.
Justin Borgault,
Yes.
Micah Chappelle,
Yes.
Damon Doyle. Oh, you're not voting, sorry. Tom Handy,
Yes.
Roger Haringa,
No.
Matthew Hefner,
Yes.
Ty Menzer,
No.
Ben Omura,
Yes.
Pete Reiki,
Yes.
Katie Sheehan.
Yes.
Motion carries 9-3.
Okay. We are back to the now original motion with amendments. Jay?
Great. I have first a couple of questions and then an amendment to propose. For Representative Rommel, you had talked about a opt-in and I haven't heard what that language is. Is that an exception to defensible space, or did you have other language? Is that still part of the motion, given the amendment we just passed?
My understanding is the amendment we just passed does away with the idea of an opt-in. I did not have specific language, and my intention was to ask staff to craft that, but it sounds like we don't, that is not included based on what we just voted on. So I think maybe a moot point now.
Okay, then in that case, I would like to move the AWC proposal under 603.3, and this is page 7 of their proposal, that says within urban growth areas designated under RCW 3670A110, the jurisdiction's code official may exempt buildings or structures with a conforming water supply based on either section 402.1 or section 404 in conformance with 2018 International Fire Code, section 507 from the requirements of section 603.2.
See if we can get that up on the screen.
I'd second that.
Hey, can you give me a few seconds? I find it.
Mr. Chair, I would consider that a friendly amendment if I am allowed under procedure.
Are you talking about this one?
That's correct, Storian. Thank you.
Okay, so the maker of the original motion has considered that a friendly amendment. Who was the second on that motion?
I'll second that.
Okay. All right, then we will accept that as a friendly amendment.
Okay.
Micah.
Well, Mr.
Go
Chair,
ahead,
if I may,
Jim.
one more issue. So the 603.3 issue deals with the defensible space, and where we're at right now, as I understand it, is that we're looking at a number of exemptions for defensible space, but we still haven't dealt with the issue of the map and the overall applicability of the WUI code, which includes a bunch of other requirements such as building hardening that may or may not apply given some of the errors that have been surfaced by the city of Tumwater and other examples in AWC. So I would like to move the amendment that an amendment that is AWC's first proposal that says that we return to the previous applicability of the WUI code.
Can you cite a section?
This is in their letter, and basically I think it just eliminates section 3. So sorry, their amendment is page 2 of their letter. Return to the original language of chapter 3 in the 2021 internationally WUI code. Yeah, that's it. You've got it highlighted.
Point of clarification.
Go ahead.
I would like to know from Derek if we're allowed to adopt section 302.1 as written in the base model code, since the legislation already mandates that DNR shall do that mapping and that jurisdictions can do findings of fact, where section 302.1 says that the declaration of wildland urban interface areas shall be done by the legislative body within the jurisdiction. I guess there's probably some legal gray area there, but I'm not sure we could make that modification.
Yeah, thanks, Micah. I'm not sure that I can on the fly make an opinion about that. I would need to study it a little more carefully. One thing I need a little bit of clarity though, and that's not a punt because I'm about to ask a question that I think will be helpful. Is this proposed language being offered up to initiate a CR 101 process that's very narrow, or are you proposing to do an emergency rule with these proposed policy? Just not clear about that for right now. What is that motion going to say in the end regarding what staff is directed to do?
The former.
Okay, the CR 101 will be filed in CR 102. So here's one thing that I would propose, Micah. I think that could be sorted out in the CR 102, and there could be comments. Now, obviously, that might affect the timing of the adoption ultimately of the rule. But the CR 101 process or CR 102 process is designed to be iterative. And if legal risks are surfaced during that, then the council can take those into account. I don't know if that was another punt, but that's that would be, I think
that gives council some information on how to vote for this additional modification to the motion.
So Jay, did you want to restate your amendment?
Yes, I move that we return to the original language of Chapter 3, Wildland Urban Interface Area of the 2021 IWUIC as shown in Attachment B as proposed by the Association of Washington Cities.
Okay, is there a second?
I second. I'm in, sir.
Okay. It's motion and a second. Discussion on the amendment.
So just to speak to my motion, I think what this will end up doing is allowing for the an opt-in or allow for the individual jurisdictions to identify whether they want to use the state map or do their own finding of fact on a jurisdiction basis instead of a parcel or project basis, and will deal with when these overall requirements apply, which could involve expensive hardening, could involve defensible space if given the exemptions that we have, and deal with the map issue. Thank you.
Okay. Ty, did you want to speak to your second?
I'm good. I think Jay handled that.
Okay. I don't know who's up first anymore. Micah, your arm must be getting tired. Your hand's been up for a long time.
I put it down and came back up. I think Roger did as well. I don't know if Roger wanted to speak to that motion. I definitely want to speak to the motion, the sub motion here from Jay.
Okay, Micah, go ahead and speak to the amendment.
I think this is a completely bad direction to try to go back to the original base code language of Chapter 3. In my opinion, it would defeat the intent of the legislation for findings of fact. It would allow jurisdictions to do their own mapping, which is fine. We want to encourage that. However, if you remove the amendments we've made to Chapter 3, how do jurisdictions create their own maps? There's zero guidance. DNR has gone through this process and then provided information on how they have done that, and that's what Chapter 3 includes. It already gives jurisdictions the authority to remap their entire jurisdiction if they choose. They only have to, it doesn't have to go by parcel, it goes by 40 acres. I know that some larger jurisdictions may have a lot of 40-acre spaces in their jurisdiction, but again, that is a standardized process that was used by DNR. And I think if you remove Chapter 3, as this proposed, this last motion does, it doesn't provide any consistent guidance for the jurisdiction to provide that mapping. Thanks.
Todd?
Thank you. And maybe I could use a little help here, Jay. What prevents a city from doing nothing under this scenario? That's where I'm a little confused. Is it opt-in, essentially this is opt-out of do anything, and then what was why was there state legislation then to do something, and then some state guidance and structure like Micah's saying so? But I frame that as a question, please.
It would fall back to what they're doing today. The jurisdictions that have had wildfire protection today, they can opt in based on the risk, and Spokane is one that's doing so. And in fact, jumping ahead of the, it sounds like jumping ahead of the existing effective date of the Blue Code in 2021.
But are there, maybe the question is are there jurisdictions that are doing nothing and aren't being held accountable for that?
I don't know, and maybe this is something that, if appropriate, we could ask Carl Schrader from the Association of Washington Cities to weigh in.
Okay. Carl, did you want to comment on that? It doesn't look like he may not be on the line anymore. Oh, there he is. Go ahead, Carl.
I'm here. Unfortunately, I don't have that information either in terms of what individual cities may or may not be doing on the ground with their own internal mapping at this point. I'm sorry, we may be able to get you that information, but not today.
Okay, thank you, Carl. Chell, on the amendment.
Yeah, I'm still looking stuff up on this, so I don't really have any comments at this point. I was just waiting in line because I thought it would take a while.
Gotcha. Okay, so Jay's got a motion on the table. Jay, you want to restate your motion, please?
And it looks like it's, so it's point 2 on the screen there, return to the original language of chapter 3 before the adoption of the 2021.
Gotcha.
Thank you.
Okay. Chell.
I guess I don't understand the effect of returning to the original language. I read a lot of the WE code, but I didn't read chapter 3 so much because it seemed like it wasn't going to be super controversial, but it appears to be. So I'm trying to figure out what it actually does in the modified version versus it sounds like chapter 3 gives guidance on how to do the mapping, but is there something about opt-in, opt-out that's in chapter 3 modified version versus base code? That's kind of my question to, I guess, anyone who's on the tag or anyone else that knows that the major differences about opt-in, opt-out that are in that chapter 3 base versus modified.
Somebody want to respond to Chell's question? The only person that was on the tag that I see that's on the council is Peter.
Yeah, I don't think I can answer that question myself either.
I guess
you want to get a stab at it?
Sure, Chell, I guess I don't have much of an answer. They're both similar in scope, meaning there's has to be mapping done by somebody. The legislation said DNR does it, and then you shall comply. You can do a findings of fact to modify the DNR map, but going back to the base code language wouldn't follow the legislation, in my opinion. So I guess that's my answer. And then is this, and just for clarification, hopefully I answered your question, Chell. Damon, is this is the sub motion just for going back to chapter 3, but are we also discussing 603.3 as part of this motion? And maybe that's a question for Jay.
No, I don't. No, it's not. We're not at this point. This is just simply what's highlighted on the screen, returning to the original language of chapter 3.
And we're going to discuss his other sub motion for 603.3 inclusion?
When it comes up.
I thought that was considered a friendly amendment, so that was automatically adopted without a vote.
Yeah, that's now part of the original motion.
Okay, so when do we get to discuss that when it comes back to the original motion as a friendly amendment?
Yep.
Thank you.
Yep. Representative Ramel.
Thanks. On this sort of findings of fact question, I guess I don't love either option in front of us right now. It seems like Micah makes a compelling point that there ought to be some standards if local governments are going to adopt their own map, and they can't just say, let's adopt a map that doesn't have any of this apply to us. So there ought to be some kind of standards there. But it seems like the standards that are in there right now are objectionable to AWC for reasons that we have not heard clearly articulated. And I think we ought to have space to hear them and also figure out how to move forward on this. I wonder if there is a way that we can modify the motion so that it asks the CR 101 process to have a bit more open-ended question of revising the standards for the finding of fact, get some more public comment and a bit more input on this, and then make a decision when it comes to the CR 102. Check.
Yeah, can I jump in for a minute? I just wanted to note that there really isn't a public engagement process for the CR 101 process. You can, it's not spelled out in law though. And I think everybody knows that. So if you were to offer that as a motion, Stoyan and his team would have to design something where they're soliciting input on that
Part of
issue.
CR 102, then, sorry, I misspoke.
Oh, that's okay. And another issue here too. So what I understand you all are, I think you represent Vermont. What I understand you to be doing here is directing the drafting of what that CR 102 filing is going to look like. But that doesn't put in stone what ultimately is going to be approved by the council following the rulemaking process, right? Because you're going to get public comment, tweaks might be made, will certainly be made, maybe even major substantive changes. And so I don't think it would be necessary to direct the council or to a motion to say that they could make changes during the CR 102 process, because that's what you're required to do under law. If you don't mind me jumping into saying so.
No, thank you. Okay, so Jay, we're still on your motion. Todd, comments on the amendment to the main motion?
Yeah, thank you. I think I'm going to reinforce what Derek was just saying is that, I've studied the Washington amendments to the code and I understand the underlying legislation. I can't speak on the fly here of the underlying model code. I haven't studied that. So I'm not comfortable supporting this amendment because I think it has to happen in the CR 102 process if we choose to go forward.
Okay, thank you. Joe?
I guess I'm finding including this as an option in the CR 102 just because we can't come to a conclusion today. And I think if we do a CR 102 without this, we couldn't then later include it because it would be a substantive change to remove this language later. So I'm in support of an amendment, and I don't know if this is the amendment, but an amendment to include this as an option within the CR 102, because my understanding is right now we are putting together what goes into a CR 102, which will first go into CR 101, then CR 102. So I would support this as an option to go in there, but not as the only thing that goes in there.
Are you making an amendment to the amendment?
I guess
I'd accept that as a friendly change, as proposing this as an option. I like what your comments and Representative Ramel that says like we're not there yet, but we need the flexibility to hear during public comment and develop something that is right.
Okay. Jay, who was your second? Do you recall? I think it was that Ty?
That was me, and I would re-second that.
Okay, so now we have a motion, an amendment to the main motion to include the language on the screen in number 2 as an option on the CR 101. Any further discussion on the amendment?
Can I ask for clarification, because staff will get in trouble with that, I think. My question is for Micah. So if we include this as an option, then we'll have a brand new chapter 3 with state amendments, and this is the model code, so it completely changes the intent. So Micah, we have rewritten chapter 3 versus the model code chapter 3 shown as options. So I'm not a technical expert on that, so I want to ask Micah for a feedback on this, because when you vote for it, we'll be having a hard time to file it if we don't understand what exactly we're filing.
My guess is you just strike everything out on what would be an insert page in chapter 3.
But of course, that doesn't show what you would then be adopting in its place.
The base code language.
Is that clear enough, Stoyan? Oh,
Micah, we can't hear you.
yeah, Micah, you faded out completely. Do I try again? No. I don't know if you got a bad internet connection today or what's going on. You might try to log out and log back in.
Just his audio. Can he call in by cell phone?
That's possible. It looks like he logged out. Let's see if a re-login is going to do anything to help him out. Wait a second for that.
I apologize for confusing you. I just wanna give a better direction what exactly we're doing. I don't wanna file something that is not what you were thinking about.
Okay, it looks like Mike is back. Well, we did for a moment. Mike, you want to try your microphone, see if it works?
Yeah, I'm back. Sorry, I didn't want to interrupt somebody. Can you hear me at all now?
No, that's much better. Yeah, quite clear.
Okay, great. My understanding, Stoyan, would be that if there is a retraction of the amendment, that the base code would be back in its place. Is that not correct? If there's no amendment to that section, then the base code would apply, correct?
Yes.
So that would be the modification, is that we would rescind or remove the amendment to chapter 3 in its entirety for the base code to apply.
This goes forward as an option. Is that correct?
And then the option would be you wouldn't accept that change.
Correct. Okay, Todd, did you have a comment?
Yes, I'm taking the time to pull up the model code and I don't understand this proposal at all. I respect the discussion, but it just wipes out everything that was done in the development of this tag. So I don't understand. Is this an intent for local control over a statewide structure? Then essentially that's what it's saying to me, because if you look at the model code, it's about 20 sentences long and just saying everything throws to the local jurisdiction. And how is that consistent with the legislation that says we shall establish this program and give support to local jurisdictions to come up with a statewide map with then local findings of fact that improve it over time? It just seems like then we're state agencies and legislature are going to be supporting every jurisdiction to go do their own thing. Is that the intent?
Yeah, I think that's directed at you.
I think the intent is, and I think the intent is returning the decision-making to what happens today. What are jurisdictions doing today regarding their code? They're establishing their own finding of facts under that base code.
Okay. Representative Ramel.
I wonder if we could come up with something that's a little bit modified, try to respond to these concerns and have something that's a compromise. Would language like this, sort of asking staff to come back in CR 102 with modifications to chapter 3 to provide guidance to local jurisdictions to adopt findings of fact, which would allow jurisdiction-wide local maps? Would that meet the intent, Jay? And would that avoid some of the unintended consequences of scrubbing all of the other changes in chapter 3?
That would meet my intent.
Okay. So we need to.
We already have that. We already have that in chapter 3 as amended.
The I think the difference between what exists in chapter 3 right now and what my intention is and what I read Representative Ramel's language is whether the adoption of local maps being on a jurisdiction basis versus a project and parcel basis, which is my read of the findings of fact process now.
That's
Can
consistent
I
with my
jump in there?
understanding too.
Go ahead, Micah.
That's in the code already, under the general scoping of section chapter 302.1. Wildland urban interface area designations are permitted to be established in accordance with this section. 302.2 is findings of fact. The applicable wildland urban interface designation shall be based on a findings of fact. The findings of fact shall comply with either Appendix E or permitted based on procedures in chapter 3. So it's allowed. I'm not sure what we're looking for here. What you're already asking for is allowed and actually explicitly told to the building official in the jurisdiction to do if they don't use the wildland urban interface map provided by DNR. So I'm at a loss of what this modification does at all.
But what we're hearing from jurisdictions, Micah, is that the provisions in Appendix E and the process in 302.3 is a parcel and project specific process.
It is a 40-acre specific process. It has nothing to do with the parcel. If you choose to do the parcel, it needs to go in the middle of that 40-acre process. And that is the standardized process.
I think that there is some.
Discuss it further if you move it forward as an option.
You cut out there a little bit, but I think what we're hearing from local officials is that there's some disagreement on that interpretation. And what we've heard both in writing from the city of Tumwater and AWC is that process is one that they're interpreting has to happen on a permit basis.
If I'm not cutting out again, I want to restate that is not a required process. That's what we keep hearing is this is a required process. It is not. The current required process is to accept the DNR statewide mapping that was guided by legislation. The option is to do a findings of fact. So for jurisdictions to say they have to do this mapping, they don't. They can do exactly what the Spokane area did, and that's accept the DNR mapping. So again, maybe the process is flawed, but they are not required to go through that process. They have an option to, but
I'm not saying that they are. I'm saying that when they want to, the exceptions happen on a parcel or project basis versus them adopting jurisdiction-wide policy.
Okay. Can you explain to me or maybe somebody from Tumwater or AWC, can you explain how the base code language will provide guidance on mapping for an entire jurisdiction?
We're into council discussion, but I think we got some useful information. I see Brad has had his hand up for a bit. Typically, we don't let the attendees participate in this, but if somebody could allow Brad to speak.
Council members can ask the public to
Okay.
speak during council discussions, is my understanding.
That's good to know. Brad, go ahead.
So very, very quickly, our issue is with number one, the Washington Amendment, specifically 302.3.1 area to be evaluated. It states that for purposes of establishing structural and vegetation densities, which is part of the findings of fact process in 302, the area covered by a square of 40 acres shall be evaluated. The square area shall be located such that the site under consideration is at its center. Now, our jurisdiction is at least more than 40 acres. So this really couldn't apply to a jurisdiction. When you say site in code language, it typically refers to a building site or a larger project site. So there's our first concern with the whether or not a jurisdiction could be allowed to make modifications using the findings of fact process as currently proposed. Number two, the part where it says, and I'm trying to quickly scan back in 302.3 findings of fact. Findings of fact shall comply with the provisions of Appendix E or is permitted based under the section 302.3. Appendix E is not actually adopted under the Washington amendments. So there's no way to go to that and apply it, because if you read the language that's currently in the International Wildland Urban Interface Code for Appendix E, findings of fact, on the very top, it says this appendix is for informational purposes and is not intended for adoption. So there isn't a way in the code for us to have a defensible way of establishing a findings of fact. And that's really at the heart of our issue. Our proposed solution is, if this isn't going to work, let's go back to the original language in the International Building Code, which allows the jurisdictions to establish their own mapping. Thank you.
Thanks, Brad. Okay. What order are we in here now? Katie, it looks like you're up next.
Yeah, thanks. I'm a little confused because this is all just having to do with the map, because the emergency here is that we're trying to save trees, correct? And the rest of it, we definitely need to amend, but have we gotten beyond the emergency, or is this absolutely critical? Because I'm not quite seeing, I'm seeing that we need to have some changes, but
I'd like to ask a procedural question. This moving forward, we're going to reopen the tag. Is that correct? If we file the CR 101?
Not necessarily.
Okay. So we're limiting the scope to the motions that we're considering today.
I mean, we haven't directed the tag to do anything, so we could direct the tag to do something, but if we don't, then they're not doing anything. The motion is to enter into CR 101 and 102 process with language that is being discussed today. So we're not directing the tag to consider anything or report on anything, as far as I understand the motions.
Okay. And if we go forward that direction, there's still obviously during the CR 102 process is opportunity to make further changes.
Yep.
But not to sections that are not filed with the CR 102.
Gotcha.
Yep.
Okay. Micah?
I had my hand up, but
it
goes down every time every time I say something. Zoom now takes down my hand. It's really annoying.
Go ahead, Joe.
We have very important business to get to today. And we need to get going on the CR 101 and 102. I think we have some pretty decent language, and I think we include an option for chapter 3 strike throughs or not strike throughs. I think we're giving ourselves the opportunity to adjust chapter 3 in the CR 102 process based on public comment. So I think we need to move forward with that, with the amendment, and then the original thing. We have very important business to get to today that will affect the next 3 years, and we need to get started on it. So I think we need to move quickly, and I think we have all the discussion and all the language we need. So I'm not going to make a motion to call the question, but I think we should be very expeditious with our time because we have a lot of really important things to get to.
Thank you, Jill. I share your sentiments. Micah?
I'll hold any further comments for the original motion.
Okay. Representative Rommel?
I sent Stoyan and Jay the language of the proposal I just made. If Jay's willing to amend or modify his amendment, I would accept it that way as a friendly amendment, and we could move to the underlying motion.
Okay, we'll wait to see that language.
I wonder, to Chel's point, if it's more expeditious just to move forward with some options. We've given ourselves maximum flexibility and can work on language.
Jay, do you see the language that's up or right there on the screen?
to be clear, we need code language to put in a CR 102. So striking out all the modifications of chapter 3 is code language. This isn't code language, so I don't know how we could put this into a CR 102 or something like that.
And to Chell's previous comments, the CR 102 puts things out for public comment as a body. When we hear public comment, we can come back and make changes to that and consider language as it's developed. I don't think we're in a position to do this on the fly, so I'd like to stand with my original motion. Thank you.
I'd also like to address what Katie said. We're not here, in my opinion, we're not here to save trees. We're here to protect the health, safety, and welfare of Washingtonians, which includes protecting trees, but many other things as well.
Okay, Jay, would you state your amendment one more time, please?
Sure. So I'm bringing up AWC's original letter, return to the original language of chapter 3.
Okay. Let's go ahead and get a roll call vote on that amendment.
To be clear, it's as an option.
Correct.
Okay.
Al Anderson,
Yes.
Jay Arnold,
Yes.
Todd Bayreuther,
No.
Justin Borgault,
Yes.
Micah Chappelle,
No.
Tom Handy,
Tom, I don't think we got your vote.
Sorry. Yes.
Roger Heringa,
No.
Matthew Hepner,
Yes.
Ty Menzer,
Yes.
Ben O'Mara,
Yes.
Pete Reiki,
No.
Katie Sheehan.
No.
Motion carries 7-5.
Okay,
Well,
Well,
no, we
you're
need,
not adopting code. You're moving something forward to.
so this is amendment to the main motion.
Dirk, are you around?
I am around. I think Krista's right on this because this isn't a final vote on adopting a rule or making a proposal on a rule. I don't think you would need 8 votes on this.
Okay.
That's my legal opinion for
Okay,
the chair.
This is why I didn't argue with you.
I'm not an attorney either. I just play one on TV. Okay, now we're back to the original motion. Do we have the original motion as amended? And I believe it's been amended twice. 3 times. So can somebody attempt to restate the original motion with the amendments? Representative Ramel, I think you might have the best handle on this.
Yeah, I'm just making sure my notes are all concise. So as I understand our discussion so far, the motion in front of us includes all of the changes proposed by SBCC staff for sections 6.03.2.1, point 2, and point 3, and all of section 604. Yeah. Scrolling down, yeah, there you go. So it's everything from 603.2.1 responsible party to the bottom of this document. It is the motion that Micah made, creating 3 exemptions for section 603.2. So SBC staff had given us 2 options. This is the 3rd option with these 3 exemptions. So that's the first amendment. Second Amendment, Association of Washington Cities, exemption, that they had proposed 603.3 for structures with conforming water supply. And then finally, the AWC request to modify Chapter 3 and revert to the original language in Chapter 3.
As an option. Okay,
Does that sound right to everybody?
I think that was a good review of the amendments to the main motion. Could you restate the main motion that you made?
Well, the only thing left of the main motion is the first thing I mentioned, the SBCC staff
Gotcha.
recommendation for everything except 603.2.
Okay. Krista and Stoyan, does that sound clear to you?
Yep.
Okay, Linda, go ahead.
Thank you. I just wanted to raise a point here there of a correction from earlier. I asked what the vote was from the WUI tag meeting group. And if you go back to the meeting minutes of June 13th, it was a 4-3 with 1 abstention and 2 excused. So it wasn't nearly as overwhelming as what was stated earlier. So this goes to whether we should be even having this discussion at all. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Micah?
Yes, thank you for finding that vote. I appreciate the research. I'm going to vote against this motion. I think that it's going well beyond kind of the intention of finding a simple set of modifications to address defensible space in being able to get this completed by March 15th. Especially when we're talking about eliminating an entire chapter of work that encompasses so much of the allowances of the legislation of findings of fact. Speaking to the part about 603.3 carving out an exemption for urban growth areas, that is special only to those jurisdictions that have planning departments and have comprehensive plans based on that RCW that is in that section. I think that's not equitable in my opinion, and carves out special exceptions for areas that may have some type of water supply that others don't. I don't think that's an appropriate exception, especially considering it may be a consideration for some jurisdictions, but not for others. It seems in the wrong place. I don't think we should be making these modifications as a whole. I think that the WUI code was developed and has been enforced in many states and jurisdictions. My understanding is the WUI code is adopted in, I want to say, over 30 states, with various individual jurisdictions and states that don't have it adopting it as well. And it works. It completely works. There's so much information out there. The state of California, Nevada, all these Western states do some type of defensible space and enforcement of some level of wildfire protection. We may be behind on this as a state, but I don't think moving forward with general modifications that don't make a lot of sense based on some or inappropriate, I wouldn't say inappropriate, incorrect interpretations. So I'm going to be voting against this motion. I encourage other council members to vote against this motion. It doesn't mean I won't come back with another motion. I think we should move forward with some simplified modification to find a balance for these jurisdictions, but eliminating entire chapters and carving out special exceptions, I don't believe that's the path forward that we should take. I'll be voting against it. Thanks.
Okay, Todd?
I agree with Micah. I'm not supportive of this. I think this is a really healthy discussion. I very much value the integrated discussion, meaning we're touching areas on environment, on climate, on planning, growth management, urban, so forth. But I also warn us that our role in this particular instance is life safety, and I cannot stand by this, that this improves safety. I think this integration, this more complexity, the multivariable calculus needs to happen in the legislature to give better guidance to what they'd like to see on this. So I'm going to vote no also. Thank you.
Jay?
Supportive of this motion to move forward and get some public comment, and I think there'll be some opportunity to address concerns after we hear the public comment. From what we've heard up to this point is that the maps are flawed and needed to be fixed. That's addressed by some options to say, what do we go do look at for section 3 when this applies? What we've heard is defensible space is a problem. This proposal has some amendments to the exceptions for defensible space that I think are a big improvement. And then finally, we've heard a lot of comments about conflicts with existing policies around critical areas, trees, local regulations around tree preservation. And I think that's where we're trying to get at what's the best surgical fix. The best proposal so far is saying, let's limit these to the urban growth areas. These are under growth management, the densest areas of our state where we're going to accommodate growth. And so I think that's as good a proposal we've heard right now. We may hear more of a public comment, but I'd like to move forward. Thank you.
Thanks, Jay. Okay, seeing no more hands, let's go ahead and move into a roll call vote, please.
Excuse me. Shell Anderson,
Yes.
Jay Arnold,
Yes.
Todd Byerther,
No.
Jason Borgalt, Justin, I'm sorry.
Yes.
So sorry. It's okay. Mike DeChapelle,
No.
Tom Handy,
Tom's a
Yes.
yes.
okay, Roger Haringa,
No.
Matthew Hepner,
Yes.
Ty Minzer,
Yes.
Ben O'Mara,
Yes.
Pete Reiki,
No.
Katie Sheehan.
No.
Seven, 5.
Okay, motion passes. Thanks for the riveting discussion, guys.
Point of order.
Go ahead.
Do we need 8 votes?
Damon, do you want to vote just
Not
for
really.
clarity?
I'm really on both sides of the fence here. That being said, if there are opportunities to improve this, then I will vote yes. Okay. Any other discussion on the concerns with the WUI code? We put a motion forward. Anything else from the council? Okay. That being said, Micah, go ahead.
Sorry, I can't. You got to give us a second to raise our hands there, Damon. I apologize.
That's all right.
I think it's covered. We'll have a lot of public comment. I'll back off of it. It's unfortunate. I wanted to make a different motion, but here we go. Thanks.
Okay, Todd.
I'd like to make one concluding comment. I appreciate all the comments, respect them all. But I also want to say, as a community that just went through, tragedy, the loss of life and loss of economic, well-being was not in an urban growth area. So these are important issues, and I hope this frames our conversation going forward. So thank you.
Thank you, Todd. Micah, did you have a closing comment?
Yeah, sorry. I did want to mention to staff, if we can have those other written public comments posted or provided to the SBCC council as a whole. I know the insurance commissioner was in support of the WUI code in defensible space and talked about the lack or issues with insuring folks that are in these areas or after wildfires. and they weren't supported defensible space. So I know we're going to take that into account during public comment, but you know, we're throwing out a lot of work here that I think is a bad direction. Hopefully it'll come back in public comment that we support what we've already done and move forward with it as such with minor modifications. I'm not even sure we can get through this by March at this point. Thanks.
Thanks, Micah. Dustin?
I just wanted to let everybody know that those letters that were received late the 12th hour should be on the website as of this morning. So if you haven't refreshed that site, it may still be showing the stuff that was posted as of last night. So this morning, things were added.
Got it. Thank you so much. Okay, let's move on to item 5 on the agenda, the changes to the SBCC bylaws, policies, and procedures. Stoyan, you want to lead us off?
Yes, so we're going back and forth on these policies and procedures, and before we get to the bylaws and the policies and procedures, there are some important things that are related to the policies and procedures, and we had the discussion the last time, but I want a clear direction from the council, and I want to be sure we won't be working on something and then the council change an effective date or a direction from the start. So the first one is Washington custom codes versus insert pages. Publishing Washington custom codes it's a huge amount of work and huge responsibility, and as we stand right now, we cannot do both publishing and insert pages. Even if we hire 2 more people, we won't be able to do that. So I'm asking the council to direct staff to do one or another. Staff recommendation, we want to go with publishing codes. But I want to be sure that it won't change at the last of the 12th hour and then we'll get in trouble again as it happened for 2021 code adoption cycle. So that's my first question. We briefly discussed it the last time, but there wasn't any vote from the council and there wasn't any clear direction for staff.
Joe?
Good question. So if, let's say we publish code books next cycle, and so the code book comes out, and then there's a errata issued 6 months later, how would that errata be issued? Would it be issued as kind of insert page errata or how?
Typically, well, the first thing that the council needs to take into consideration is to establish the time frame. So are we doing code adoption every month? Are we doing code adoption once per year, every 3 years? So the standard practice, and Micah is in this business too, so he can correct me. I agree with him sometimes. So the standard practice is we publish the code. There is one errata, and some states have cleanup mid-cycle, some states don't. But the errata is currently, if it's the ICC website, for example, or a YAPMO, these are the model code publishers. They have the errata on their website. We can have the errata on our website. If it's for hard copies, the way I've seen it is it's printed out in a different color. But with us, with that many off-cycle and emergency rules, I don't think we'll have that many colors. I don't have the answer on that one.
Okay, I have a question. Stoyan, are we talking about actually publishing a printed code book?
Yes, so what WABO is doing with ICC right now, and we're helping, and we have an agreement with the YAPMO to publish the plumbing code without WABO involvement here, and we're working with ICC and the energy codes as well. So we will have custom Washington codes. Some of them are already done. Actually, most of them are on the ICC website as a read-only version. And to the best of my understanding, and again, I will refer to Mike on that one because I'm the helper here, not the person behind the contract. They will have soft cover printed version.
Okay, and that is available to be purchased through the ICC then?
I don't know anything about the purchasing. Micah, can you help me on that?
Go ahead, Micah.
Yeah, I think you're able to purchase certain books through the ICC at this point. They do have digital versions that may not be printed yet. I do want to indicate that the building code, the existing building code, the fuel gas code, the mechanical code, the residential code, and the wildland urban interface code are all available for free viewing as Washington custom codes or Washington state codes on the ICC website. You can also go on there and purchase the ICC premium access, which allows more stuff, but you can view the Washington specific codes at this point, at least those versions so far. So thanks to staff and Stoyan for putting those out and helping get those published. I think it's going to be a great benefit for all the users.
And Mike, if I could ask a quick follow-up, is it your opinion that the majority of jurisdictions are no longer using the big 3-ring binder and sticking the insert pages in, that most people have gone digital perhaps, or?
It varies across the board. I'm going to say a lot of folks are using digital PDF versions. There are some that use paper. My understanding too is some clerk's office, as far as public record access, require a printed version for that department, and not necessarily the building department, but for the clerk's office. So it varies.
Okay.
But I think as far as the errata goes with the work with ICC, that they update those online versions with the errata once we provide them to them.
Okay, thank you. Tom?
Yeah, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Okay, good. Yeah, I also want to say that I use upcodes and they're all there too. So online.
Yep. Okay, perfect. Okay, so does somebody want to make a motion in regards to Stoyan's request?
Point of order, if we can open for the public.
Oh, I'm sorry, I'm not watching my.
I don't see anybody who wants to speak, but just to be sure, we are allowing the public to provide comments.
Thank you, I appreciate that. Any comments from the public as far as insert pages versus custom codes? Okay, Chair would entertain a motion to pick a direction, one or the other. Don't everybody raise your hand at once. Micah.
I think I talk enough. I'm trying to leave the floor open for others, man. It's just ridiculous. People get tired of hearing me. I will make a motion to support or direct SBCC to engage in creating Washington custom codes each code cycle.
Thank you. Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Yeah.
Thank you, Joe. Any further discussion? Seeing none from either the council or the attendees. Oh, Roger, go ahead.
So the motion is just to create the codes. We are not specifying the frequency or timing of errata. Is that correct?
As I understand it, that is correct. And I don't know that we could. It comes as it comes, so.
But I guess.
Okay. All right, let's move.
Okay,
if you want to provide a friendly amendment, I would be open to that, Roger, on a timeline for errata. But I definitely want to give folks enough time to utilize the codes for a period to identify errata.
That's why I guess I will make an amendment. I would like to make an amendment that we provide one errata per cycle at 18 months after the adoption date.
Okay.
And if I can speak to that.
Let's see if we can get a second first. If we could.
Unless that's a friendly errata, friendly, I guess I still need a second.
Either one.
All right. I guess
did you want to speak to that, or are you waiting?
Yeah, I as Micah said, there is, once you go through and start using a code, it takes time for you to figure out where the issues are, number one. Number two, it takes us a fair amount of time to go through the process of updating. And if the direction is to print an errata every single time that there's a change, there may be 10. And nobody knows for sure when they will come out. Whereas if you know that 18 months after the code is issued, that are published, that you're going to have all of the errata that are to date, that's that's when they're coming. You know that you need to get your information in if you see issues or corrections that need to be made. It also keeps us on target to every 3 years we're reissuing a code. Every 18 months we're going to make sure that we deal with any errata that have to happen. So I like being an engineer. I like to have deadlines. We're going to work towards the publication of the codes every 3 years, and we're going to do the errata every 18 months. And if people know that's when they're happening, it'll help everybody.
Well, Roger, since you pulled the engineering card, I can second that.
Okay. Roger, anything further? No. Todd, go ahead.
Yeah, no, I think I understand I just hesitated on whether it's 18 months or 16 months or whatever, but I think what you're proposing, Roger, is some sort of mid-cycle cleanup, and as long as it's kind of generally thought of that way, we'll figure out exactly what it is. I'm supportive of that, and I think it also comes into our discussion in a little bit about code cycles and what our strategy is. So, thanks.
Okay, Shell.
Was your motion to limit it to a single errata at 18 months, or to have at least one errata at 18 months?
I was going to say limit it to one errata at 18 months.
Because what I see sometimes is people start looking at the code for the first time about 2 or 3 months, or maybe 4 before it's implemented. And so there's usually a bunch of errata. We can ask staff, but there's a bunch of errata that comes out right about the time the code would actually go in force, because people actually started looking at the code for the first time, and oh, there's this word or this number that is supposed to be different. So I don't know, from a staff side, is that what you see as well?
I will share personal opinion here, but for the errata, it could be within the first 6 months, because Chill is right. The best case scenario is that the stakeholders and the cities and counties, they get familiar with the code 6 months before the publishing, and then they have 6 more months to for local adoptions and whatever it's needed. But we don't necessarily have this time, so we get the feedback for the new codes a little later, and 18 months is okay. I mean, it's up to the council, but
well,
I also need to go through the expedited rule process to fix
sorry, Krista reminded me that we also need to go through the expedite rulemaking process. So we're still we have some conversations with the code revisor's office, but we still need to comply with the Administrative Procedures Act, and it's not going to change. And for the errata, we need to file the errata with the code revisor's office, which means we may need a little bit more time to complete everything. So,
I'm sorry.
I'm done. I'm 6 months, 18 months. I don't.
That's why the reason I chose 18 months, besides just being halfway through, was yes, you're going to get a lot of changes that happen in the first, call it 6 months or whatever. But the process we have to go through with approving filing, really to have a target of 18 months, you're going to be able to give us enough time to handle all of those questions, comments that come up, clarifications that have to happen, file the paperwork, and then we issue it once at 18 months.
And that's 18 months after the implementation date?
I'm going to say yes.
rather than filing the publication date?
I would I guess I would say implementation date, but I'm a little bit flexible. My goal is to have one and only one at the midpoint.
Can we keep this open and have more time to discuss this? Not knowing that there will be a fixed date, like, I mean, 6 months, 12 months, 18 months, whatever, and the council will have more time to evaluate and reach out to stakeholders, including the council staff, so we will have better idea what is the best.
You're asking me to withdraw the amendment, knowing that we can deal with it at a later time. Is that what you're asking?
Yes.
Okay, I will withdraw the amendment.
Todd, are you in agreement?
Yes.
Okay, the motion on the floor is to do custom codes versus insert pages going forward. Any further discussion?
Yeah, my quick comment was, I'm assuming we're relying on third parties on this ICC or app, but we're not self-publishing yet.
No, we will have a contract with ICC and IAPMO. They have different rules for the contracts. I have some idea what we're doing with ICC. I assume we'll do similarly with the IAPMO, and we started with ICC and IAPMO. We know there are lawsuits, but they are the publishers of the code. So,
okay. Roger, your hand's still up. Is that artifact? Okay. Seeing no further discussion, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carries. Stoyan, you want to go on to your next item?
The next one is the effective date for 2024 codes. If you want to make a decision now, great. If you don't, we can do it later, but we will need a fixed effective date. And what I'm asking for is July 2026 won't be enough as a time frame for us to develop everything, because we are stuck with group 1 and group 2 codes. Actually, I can show you why we're stuck with group 1 and group 2 codes. Just give me a second.
Is this the spreadsheet you sent out on the 8th?
Yes, that's the one. Yes, and I will have it on the screen. So we will receive the energy codes and the residential codes as early as May 2024. So these 3 codes, they need to be in group 2. And the problem was, Chair raised the concern that we cannot do both energy codes at the same time. So Krista created this group, I don't know, is it 1.5 or this third group? So she will be juggling with 2 energy codes, but one of the energy codes is not in group 2, not in group 1. And I was in a huge favor of getting rid of group 1 and group 2, but I changed my mind after we learned from ICC when we'll have the model code. So group 1, group 2, we will be done with group 2 if everything is all right in October or November 2025. And if we have July 1st, 2026 as effective date, we will start having the same complaints about, not enough time for training, not enough time for local adoption, not enough time for publishing, and you will keep pushing further the implementation date. So my question is, can you actually, because you will be voting on it, can you agree on implementation date different from July 2026? It was discussed a few times with the work group that is helping me with these policies and procedures, and I think it was discussed a little bit at the last council meeting.
Okay. Let's get some comments on that. Todd?
So I've been in favor of just doing one group and condensing the cycle. And I'm sorry, not condensing the cycle, allowing more time in each phase. I don't know that there's support for that. So if we're going to do group 1 and group 2, I think it's inevitable that we have to move the implementation date. And then the last thing I'll say is just sneak it in here that if we go forward on this, I'd like to know, I can't remember if it's a WAC or SEW, can we align with what ICC is now doing, meaning especially in the building code, aligning their group A with our group 1 and specifically this taking chapter 6 and so forth and moving into the group 2. But let's deal with the 2 group issue first. Thanks.
Okay. Micah?
Yeah, thanks, Todd. I think you're kind of in alignment with where I'm at. I think moving the implementation date would be good. And I think if there's a motion to be put on the table, we definitely need probably a little more broad input. But, you know, we talk about vesting times, and what that means is when it's implemented, folks are having to vest to that code. So there's going to be a vesting rush. I'm not a designer, but we've heard from that community, you know, sometimes in the summer, it's kind of tough to have a July 1st vesting time because it's right around the end of school and all these activities and summer breaks and all these things. And then at the same time, if you put it at the January 1st, you may have holidays and Christmas and lots of folks trying to wrap up projects right at the end. So I guess my thought, and I won't make a motion yet because I see Roger shaking his head, and I know that there's others on here that are architecture designers or whatever. But I would think November 1st would probably be good. Push it out a few more months towards the end of the year, allow that publication to occur and training to occur and things like that. But that would be my recommendation, to kind of find a middle ground to avoid the July date vesting time period and the holiday date vesting time period. Thanks.
Thank you. Jill?
As a designer who faces those deadlines to vest all of our projects by a certain date, I understand that. Yeah, January 1st is a horrible date to do that. I'm fine with moving from July 1st to another date. And I can't remember the last time the codes actually went into force on July 1st of the appointed date that we agreed on a few years before for lawsuits or COVID or other lawsuits or other things. So I'm fine if we say a date other than July 1st. Does staff have a recommendation? Micah had one. And I'm not saying I don't agree with that. I'm just wondering if staff has a suggested date, because I heard not July 1st, but I didn't hear what staff is suggesting.
Dustin and I attended one of WABO's business meetings, and it was discussed a little bit. I think the agreed date was October 1st, wasn't it?
Yeah.
I think October 1st was mentioned as a good compromise.
Okay. Roger?
Yeah, I just wanted to be clear, particularly this is, yeah, you know, I've been here for a year and a half now. So these codes would be adopted as of December 1st, right?
December 1st, 2025, yes.
What's that? What was that?
December 1st, 2025.
Yes. And then the implementation date would be, I've heard October, I've heard November, correct?
Yes.
Can you repeat, Stoyan, what is WABO doing? WABO is...
It was unofficially discussed with WABO members. Dustin and I had 15-20 minutes to speak, provide a short presentation, and we touched base on the dates. And I think the agreeable date was October, but it wasn't officially proposed. It was just a conversation.
Okay, I would make a motion that we would have an implementation date of November 1st, 2026.
I'd second that.
Okay,
and I would kind of like to speak to that. I mean, I think I forget whoever Micah was saying, you know, January 1st is terrible for us. Trying to get a whole bunch of permits in with Thanksgiving and Christmas holidays is really, really difficult. The choice between October 1st and November 1st, I go back to the public's challenge with all of the education And I recognize that. That's always a problem of having to learn the new code. So an extra month gives us an extra month for class, education and that kind of stuff. And I think that it's also true that, the summer lasts until August, and then come September, people, kind of things pick up a little bit. So that's 2 months. So I just think November 1st is the right date. So that's why I chose November 1st.
Okay. Thank you, Roger. Jill?
So you're gonna make me work Halloween is what you're saying, Roger?
Yeah, actually, I'm sorry. If I could speak to my second, I thought that for some reason I heard October 1st. So because I'm a big Halloween fan too. No, because I understand that we need to give everybody the chance that we can. When we talked about this a while ago, so maybe things have changed. I understand nobody wants to do August either, especially we want as much public comment as possible. Oh no, that was something else. Never mind. I'm obviously really confused. Might need a break here in a minute.
This is just implementation date.
It's if November 1st is the day that we choose that. That's, I understand. So.
And Todd, before I call on you, I'm going to take chair's prerogative and comment as well. Thinking about the residential projects that we do throughout the year, and probably 24, we have a little bit of a lull there, November through January, where we're not necessarily launching new projects just because of the season. So I think November 1st is a good reason from a builder perspective, as opposed to October. October, we're still trying to squeeze things in because we can get things dug before the rains come and whatnot. But by November, that's our taper down. It's kind of a sweet spot for code implementation. Todd, go ahead.
I think we're only talking about implementation, so I just want to still get a chance to talk about groups next. Thanks.
Okay. Now I allowed myself to get sidetracked. Do we have I think the motion on the floor is to accept staff's recommendation and push for a code implementation date of November 1st, 2026 for the next round of codes. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Any further discussion on that? Given time for hands, Becca. Okay. Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carries. Further discussion or Benjamin?
Yeah, I guess, do we need to reach out for public comment on the date?
Thank you for reminding me that. And for those of you who are still putting up with us, it looks like there's 35 people. You can comment on this. I should have done that before taking the vote. Any public comment on it? I know we got some building officials on here and whatnot. Lisa, go ahead.
Great, thank you, and thanks for extending the time frame. It will be very beneficial with regards to getting the tools developed for the new code and getting training out there. Just want to make sure I took notes correctly in the discussion. So the proposed completion date of the actual new language was November, December of 2025, and then implementation would be 1 year later in November of 2026. Did I hear that correctly?
It was by December 1st of 2025.
We are required by statute to adopt by December 1st.
Great. So there's a 1 year time period in between when the code language is completed and then when it is implemented. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct. But for you, yes, it's that correct because the energy codes will be in group 2. Well, if they are in group 2, but for group 1, whatever code we have there, the adoption date will be even earlier than that, most likely March or April 2025.
Great. All right. Thank you very much. This will be very helpful for the industry and for those of us who support them.
Thank you. Okay, I see no other hands raised on the attendee side. What's our next topic?
The calendar, group 1, group 2, and Todd wanted to talk about it, and I'm ready to show the ICC calendars as well if you need.
Okay.
Yeah, I think that'd be helpful, Stoyan, because I just want to make sure I'm seeing this right, that all IBC has been moved to group 1 in this proposal and not into 2 groups like the ICC calendar.
So this is it's Friday, the computer is getting lazy. This is for the 2027 code adoption cycle, because 2024 is already done. So for 2027, there is a change in the ICC schedule, and this is what we have in group A. This is what we have in group B, and you see how the codes are staggered. IBC, we have in group 1, we have in group 2, but all codes will be adopted in 2026, group A and group B. So if we want to comply with that, I don't know how we can do it.
Yeah, and if I may Stoyan, just add commentary to this, because we've gone through this in depth together in the advisory group. I am challenged that if we're going to split it up, that we are taking all of in the IBC, chapter 6, all of the structural chapters, we're doing that ahead of the cycle in ICC. ICC is only considering primarily the fire chapter related chapters, up in the first group. That's how they divided it, to my understanding. So I just would like to get more feedback from the council, and also, of course, from the public, please.
If I can add a little bit, so it will be very, very difficult to meet the schedule in group 1, group 2 with the ICC, because we're stuck with again 2 energy codes and the residential code, and these are the most difficult codes. So if we add something else to group 1, I'm a little concerned that we may fail with some of the filings. And again, we are coordinating and talking to the code revisor's office, but this is related to the code language, not publishing the code language in WAC. But the CR 102, CR 103, CR 103 cost benefit, everything else that we are obligated to do under the Administrative Procedures Act, we have to do it. So if we add more codes to group 2, will be very difficult for staff to comply with this.
Okay, Micah?
Thanks. Just out of curiosity, when we're looking at this separation, and Todd, maybe that's what you're mentioning, is do you want to align with the breakup, how ICC is doing that, where they're putting the structural provisions in group 2? That way, if there's changes to other sections of IBC, that they're captured by the structural changes later on, when they may, again, this comes down to the whole correlation issue that we bring up over and over, that they may not be captured if they're both in group 1. Is that what you're asking about, Todd? Possibly?
Yeah, and we need to clarify for everybody who's not, so wonky on this, is that it doesn't necessarily have to happen like that. It just has in the past, and it's been a benefit to the state of Washington,
right,
but also selfishly in areas that I'm interested in. So that's not the most important thing. So what's probably more important is what Stoyan's communicating to us on staff and
sure. Stoyan, could I? Sorry, Todd, I interrupted you.
Nope,
please.
I'm done. Thanks.
I was going to ask you if we have that document up, Stoyan, the previous document where it showed the ICC schedule, is that from ICC? And if it is, further down in their document, it actually gives a break.
Did you ask for this one?
Yes, that one.
Yes.
Do you have the whole document? So if you scroll down to the 3rd page, it gives you a breakdown of what like IBCE is. That's the egress provisions of chapters 10 and 11. IBC fire safety safety is chapter 7, 9, partial of 9, 14, and 26. So if you keep scrolling down, Stoyan, that may be beneficial to the council to understand the groupings from ICC and what those individual IBCE, IBCF, IBC general, and IBC structural and group B mean, and it gives specific chapters. So when we talk about breakdown in the codes and separating like ICC does, there are reasons they do this. It's not that we want to be special. This is a process that ICC does, and there's reasons for it. Like I just mentioned about some changes that may be occur in the code in one section may affect other sections that have to be addressed after those sections are adopted, if that makes any sense. But that's the breakdown. If Stoyan has posted this document somewhere for folks, you all can go in and look at this, and maybe that will help with the determination on how we group these, unless we need to vote on that today.
And Roger, sorry to butt in, but the big change here on the IBC is that the G chapter is moved into group B, is my understanding.
Yes, it is. And it's going to be very problematic for us that are involved in that. I'm actually on that IBC General Committee and others on structural, so it's going to be a fun time.
Hey, Roger, go ahead.
I have a question for Todd. I'm trying to understand your concern. Given our calendar, we're talking about correct me if I'm wrong, but we either have or will have all of the 2024 IBC documents published in either we have it now or before the end of the year. Am I correct in that, Stoyan?
I didn't get the question, actually.
Not the IRC and not the energy codes, but we should have the rest of the codes by.
Okay. So, and thinking about the IBC, we will have the whole IBC 2024 version that the tags, whatever schedule we suggest or approve, the tags will get started working on. So the document that Stoyan's shown is for the development of the 2027 code. What is the advantage of trying to wait on portions of the 2024 to get information from 2027?
Yeah, the short answer, and this is where I said it's maybe too much in my area of expertise, is that the last two cycles have been so active in integrating, especially some of the mass timber things, that we've benefited as a state of Washington and California so far by bringing those forward into at the same time it's happening in ICC. I'm trying to go through right now. I don't think that is a reason why we should be trying to align, unless others, and especially from the public, can think of areas that are specifically critical that we would bring forward 3 years early.
Okay, and I would I understand that, and I would comment the challenges that we faced with having the IBC split. There were challenges with that too, part of them in phase 1, part of them in phase 2, or group 1. So group 1 had already been approved, and there were changes to group 1, so that created some challenges too as we went through it.
Krista, did you have something you wanted to add really quick?
Yeah, that was basically what Roger said, that trying to split up the codes between two different sections, since our process is inherently different than the ICC process, especially the filing process, when you've got stuff that's still going through the code revisor process, you can't then go back and make those changes, and it just created a lot of problems on our end, trying to go back and do work on something that was still being processed by another agency, and then it just extended those problems out.
Gotcha. Okay, Ben?
Yeah, and I don't want to distract from the conversation regarding the building code. I did want to try to get some clarification for the UPC on if that was going to follow the same path. And right now it's in group 2, but is that going to be available with kind of the first round of codes?
The UPC is in group 2 because it's considered for us easy code.
Yeah, and I guess I asked that because of the proposed tag structure changes and combining the plumbing tag with the mechanical, and if it makes sense to align those into group one together so they can follow the same process and limit the number of tag meetings for that.
I know Krista liked it in group two, that's why I'm asking her.
Yeah, I'm the one that moved it into group one, just to balance my workload out a little bit. The mechanical code and plumbing code were originally in group two. And
well, what if we move the plumbing code in group one?
we can probably move the plumbing code into group one and just have the residential energy and the residential code in group two. That would work.
Ben, this was your concern, right?
Mhm. Yeah, just having the same tag, address it, just go through the cycle, kind of staggered for those two different codes. Correct.
We can move to group one.
Todd?
Yeah, thank you. And just to be clear to everyone, I'm in support of just putting everything in one big group, but we heard stakeholder feedback, especially from the people, and I say this with respect, that are the code wonks that are doing the actual writing and advise us in our tags, that it is intensive to do everything all at once. I would rather see it all in one group and slow it down and have plenty of time to do correlation and so forth. And that's essentially what we're proposing here with the IBC, but know that that taxes certain individuals that are specialists in the area of in our tags to do that all at once. Shell, I know you're opposed to that with the energy code, so that's another consideration. Thank you.
Okay, Micah?
So a question would be to staff and maybe the full council. What I'm hearing the issue what I'm hearing the issue to be, this is my perception, is the filing or having to go back and modify a filing if it's done, say group one is filed by December 1st or January 1st of 2025, sorry. And then we have to go back and modify that filing based on issues or co-development for group two. So my question would be, would we be able to just wait to file all the changes as one package after December 1st of 2026? I guess why do we, in other words, can't we have both groups but only have one filing? That's my question.
Well, I inherited group one and group two, but I thought that group one, group two was for staff to stagger the work a little bit and for the technical advisory groups to do the technical evaluation and recommendations. I didn't think about,
and we'd still be doing that with group one and group two, right? Where we would stagger the work for all of that, and then just there's one filing at the end. Would seem like that's what we would be doing anyway with with combining everything into just a 1 year or year and a half process. We'll be doing one filing anyway, would be my understanding. So why can't we do that now, but keep the two groupings for the actual development work?
I can tell you my opinion, and I'll refer to Krista because she's been here for a while, much longer than me. But so we have to follow CR 101, CR 102. We can't delay the CR 102. So when we file the CR 102 with group one, we have 180 days to file the CR 103. If we can't do that, then we have to start the process from scratch. And I don't want to wait at the last moment. And if something happens, things happen. With the filings and another emergency or whatever. I don't want to fail with the filing and start again the group one process. But this is just a personal opinion without evaluating this. Mike, I didn't think about it. Krista, anything you can add?
Yeah, well, the original intent when we went to the two group was to file everything, but then we ran afoul of the 180-day thing and ended up having to file the CR 103 mid-process. So.
The first thing I heard from my predecessor, Richard, when I started was count the time between CR 102 and CR 103. I learned it the hard way. I don't know how he learned it, but I followed the advice. And I will tell you that sometimes we were really close to failing with this due date. The last code adoption cycle, we had to work on New Year's Eve in order to file the documents.
Answer the question? Sure.
Kind of, I guess the question would be, is that something that staff could explore? In other words, if you're saying we have to file CR 102 or CR 103 within a certain time period of CR 102, I guess if we waited until closer to the end to do that, then your filings would be, or one filing would be at the end of the process. I guess when is there a requirement for us to file the CR 102 at a given date? My understanding is that we only have to vote to adopt the proposed changes by December 1st prior to a legislative cycle. It doesn't say which legislative cycle, it just says prior to.
Well,
we're doing that. And I guess that's my question. Is that something we can explore, is to maintain the two groups, have one filing at the end? That may save staff work there as well. It seems like that's what we're trying to do with combining the groups.
You need to file the CR 102 and schedule the public hearings. So if we file the CR 102s at the same time and running public hearings at the same time, why do we have group 1, group 2 then?
I think that's just to break up the level of work for SBCC members and council. It seems like you're preparing the same level of documents just over a longer period of time. We'd have one filing and 2 public comment meetings as required.
Well,
it seems like it would shorten. Again, I'm just throwing ideas out here, folks. I don't want to be the only one talking here, but it seems like the sum could be worked out that path by maintaining the 2 separate groups while still doing one filing and one set of public comment hearings.
Again, there is a time frame associated with each filing. So when you file the CR 102, we have the public comment periods and we have the public hearings. So if we are filing the CR 102s at the same time, if we wait with group 1 filing, then there will be a time that we'll have meetings every day. It's the CR 102 brings other things after that before we file the CR 103. So here is the schedule right now. File CR 102s by January 1st to be published on January 15. This is the CR 102. And then we have public comment period, and we have public hearings, and we have the council meeting work session. So this is associated time with the CR 102. Talking about the council members, making it easier for the council members. I mean, it won't be easy for the council members either, and will be almost impossible for staff to combine. We can explore that, but looking at the calendar and listening to you, it makes sense what you're saying in general, but when you get into the details and the filing procedures, I don't know if we will be able to do that.
Yeah, trying to do concise explanatory statements on 11 codes all at the same time is a lot of heavy lifting. Because we have to respond to everyone who's provided testimony.
Well, I can understand that completely. I guess that's my question too, is are we required to file a CR 102 for group 1?
No, there is not.
Before December 1st.
The first year, no.
Okay.
We are not required to file the group 1 CR 102s. Actually, there is no time associated with the CR 102 filing, group 1. But at the same time, we need to pay attention on the time because again, after we file the CR 102, then the process starts for the SBCC stuff.
Sure, I understand that. It just seems like the schedule here is a self-imposed schedule if there's no requirement to file a CR 102 at a given timeline. Thanks, I'll stop talking. See if there's other hands up.
I think my hand was up next. Mike, I think I appreciate and I agree, we need to do whatever we can to make it easiest for staff. That is at least one very large component of us figuring this out. I think you are responding to if the challenge becomes when there are interactions between group 1 codes and group 2 codes. There were a lot of those last cycle because the IBC was split up into group 1 and group 2. And that's where we had the big issues, at least that I was aware of. What I see on the proposal that Stoyan sent, I don't see a whole lot of interaction. I mean, maybe the IRC and the energy code residential might have some correspondence with the commercial. I don't know about the UPC and mechanical, if there's a lot of overlap between those two. So I appreciate Micah's comment about filing sooner, but I don't have much problem with the schedule that Stoyan's proposed. So I think there's always going to be, it's always going to be a challenge. There's a whole lot of work we got to get done in 3 years. So trying to split it up as best as possible is good, but I don't have a whole lot of other suggestions. I mean, I think what's up here is a pretty good direction.
Todd?
Yeah, and maybe if there's a hybrid here where the IBC can just smear over a longer period. And the reasoning is we are mandated to develop the single point access code in the IBC. And I can't remember where the legislation fell last year, but anticipating that on the middle housing, there was desire to expand the IRC to include some of the plexes and so forth. So I just want to make sure hopefully the IRC and the IBC are open enough at the same time, and then we have time to do that work.
Okay. I don't think there's a motion on the table. Is there any action somebody wants to recommend?
Well, we do have to approve a schedule, I believe.
Yes, and to clarify that in January or February, we can modify the schedule. So what you're approving now, we'll post it on the website, but the council has the authority to modify the schedule later.
Okay, so I would make a motion that we approve the group 1, group 2, and the schedule and the energy code and the schedule that is posted on the website.
Maybe we have a motion. Is there a second?
Proposed by staff.
With the modification to move the UPC to group 1?
I was going to say no, but if we can get the motion on the table, and then Ben, if you want to talk to that again as an amendment, I could be talked into that being a friendly amendment.
I'll second the motion.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Todd?
Just one last point here is, to my understanding, we do need to then change the WAC, and we have that ability, right? But just is that a true statement? Because the WAC defines right now what group 1 and group 2 is.
We don't need to change anything in the WAC. The WAC lists the groups, the codes in each group, but also allows the council to make changes.
Okay, thanks.
Micah?
If we're moving the UPC to group 1, would it, or if that was an option, would it then, I guess move something else? Could we then move the WUI code to group 2? That way it could be in with the IRC tag, since I believe we combined the WUI code in with the IRC tag. Maybe that would be an offset in workload and allow that UPC to be moved to group 1 and move WUI code to group 2. Just a thought there, since think it was Ben that brought it up on moving the UPC end of group one.
UPC is considered, again, an easy code, so this is the reason it's in group 2 with the energy code and the residential code. If we combine, I get your point, Micah, but if we combine a residential code and we code in the same group, that overloads not only staff, but it overloads the council and the technical advisory groups, because the we code and the residential code are difficult codes to develop and adopt.
They're not that bad. Since I was the chair of the tag for both of them. Just kidding. I don't know. I was just trying to help Ben get the UPC in with the IMC.
Yeah, and
I think it's
maybe
Ben to make that stuff.
and maybe it makes sense. Like, I guess Stoyan and Krista, like, what would be your opinion on the IMC if it moved to group 2?
Will be more work for Krista.
Yeah, I would advocate moving the IMC to a different staff person, so I'm not doing all of my work.
Yeah, she won't be able to do both energy codes and mechanical code in the same group, and we've been looking for help for her, but so far we didn't succeed. So the mechanical code in group 2 will be also difficult because of the workload for Krista.
Moving the UPC to group 1 would be
Moving UPC
preferable.
Yes.
Okay, and then I don't know, maybe some other council members could have some opinion on if it benefits if we have a combined tag that's handling mechanical and plumbing, if it's a benefit to have that in alignment on the groups, or if it just means that different tag members will be more interested in different portions of those discussions as those come in line.
We can have this discussion if you would like to do that a little later when I show you the existing technical, the technical advisory groups for 2021 and what we're proposing.
Okay.
If you want to discuss this now, of course.
Yeah, I guess I'm just considering making an amendment to try to align it now, or if we want to discuss.
If I can respond, Ben, I think one of the questions, and the proposed tag members that Stoyan sent out has like 15 members on each tag. I have my experience in the last year and a half, I've been at tag meetings where we don't have a quorum. And so if you have a tag that is formed that is mechanical and plumbing, but the plumbing people don't show up, now you're reaching a quorum of that tag may be a challenge. So I recognize the concern. I'm not sure. That would be a reason for having 2, but I know we're trying to streamline the tags as well. So
here is the mechanical for 2021. We have we had I know Chell found some mistakes. So Chell, if you see I missed something, let me know. But we had 3 vacant positions in the mechanical code, and here is the plumbing code. Very limited number of TAC members, and now we agree that we will have 15 maximum. I mean, the plumbing code, the typical decision was 3-2 or 4-1, and compare with the energy code. I mean, we have 30 something with the energy code. The same with the building code. With the building code, we have a lot. And here is the residential code. And the residential code, we had the same issue, 3-2, 4-3 max. That was the decision that was made. And we had issues with, enough TAC members attending with the quorum. So that was the main, well, not the main intent, but some of the reasons I asked for combining a few technical advisory groups. I wish I could get your agreement on combining the building and fire code, but it didn't work out, so. All we got was mechanical and plumbing in the same tag and the residential and we in the same tag. If you wanna go back to one tag for each code.
No, I don't think so. So I guess I'll move to propose an amendment to move the UPC into group one.
There's a motion. Is there a second?
It's Todd, a second.
Okay.
And
Any further discussion?
No, I think I'll just say that it seems like it would benefit the process to have a quorum to move through the discussions efficiently. And so that I guess in hearing from staff that it does not appear to impose a major additional effort for group one, I think it's a good idea.
And Damon, am I right that if I consider that a friendly amendment, then we can just vote on the whole thing?
That is correct, as long as your second agrees.
Yeah. Oh, Todd, you're the second.
So
Yes.
Public comments.
Yep, I see somebody here. Ken, go ahead.
Yeah, I've been waiting for you to open up this discussion for public comment, but you guys gone again way beyond. I'm looking at the calendar that's been proposed for the 2024 review. I think it's unrealistic. The January through March for the 2024 review, and I'm just going to speak on behalf of the fire code. And again, I'm not speaking as a representative of Seattle Fire Department. I'm speaking as a professional fire code consultant LLC in the state of Washington. So it's a separate business. Right now, the 2024 International Fire Code is not available. It just got updated on their website that it might not be available till the end of December. The review of existing state amendments impacted by model code changes that we're supposed to accomplish between January and March, those amendments aren't even going to be in effect till March. We have no idea of how those amendments are even affecting. So we have nothing to compare to. I think that we're just trying to cram way too much. My recommendation, and again, not representing Seattle, is I think we need to push this entire calendar 1 year. Because we're not even going to start with the amendments for the 21 code until March. And being able to push this then addresses Todd's concerns with regards to new technologies that are going on with structural. I'm in the same boat with energy storage systems. And then that would at least give us an ability to see the group A and group B processes more as they develop through all of 2024. And then in January of 2025, they get into the, some public comment issues like in at least the group A. So I think that we need to take a breath and not try to rush into reviewing the 2024 codes and trying to ask the TAG members to start reviewing it. And in addition, the significant changes that it talks about reviewing, that's generally a document that's produced by ICC. That is not going to be ready during that January through March time. And so what happens then is we try to go through the red line version of the International Fire Code, for an example, and trying to create our own significant changes that happened. And again, that's just additional work for the volunteers on the tags. So my recommendation is that you maybe look at actually pushing this and a year. Thank you.
Thank you, Ken. I apologize for not noticing your hand up. Any comments in response to Ken's comments? Angela.
I guess I had a question. Does he mean push the entire group one or just the IFC?
Assuming he's talking about entire group one, Ken, do you want to respond to that? Go ahead, Ken.
Thank you. Thank you
go.
for muting me. I'm looking at this and I'm just looking at the entire schedule. As far as the group 1 and group 2, I'm not even discussing that at the moment. I'm just looking at pushing this entire schedule. So where you have 2024, that's actually going to be 2025 that we get going on things to reviewing the 2024 code. So I'm just looking at pushing this a year with regards of how everything you guys want to settle out, what's in group 1 and group 2. I don't have too much discussion on, so I'm just looking at pushing the entire process.
Angela, do you have anything to follow up on that? Go ahead, Angela.
I guess then my question would be, how would that affect the Washington Code production and getting them done by the December 1st of 2026? Is that what it is for implementation in 27?
Well, if I can weigh in here, what Ken is, where Ken is going to without saying it is to skip 2024 codes. Because if we start 1 year later, I mean, I don't know how we'll complete it.
Micah, you got a comment? Oh, Ken raised his hand one more time. Ken, go ahead.
I'm trying. I'm still muted.
There we go.
Am I unmuted?
Yeah, you're in.
I'm just looking at it, is that again, we're reviewing the 24 code. That's what we're supposed to be trying to do here, starting in January. And you want us to review a code that hasn't been published yet. And I'm just looking at making on your calendar here, that says that would be January of 25. The next would be in 26 line down. And then when you get to, it would be the end of 26 that you would be filing. And then you would have your effective date would be later on for the 24 code. That's what I'm proposing here, because it's just, we're just not going to meet this time frame for reviewing the 24 code. That's why I'm just thinking that it needs to get pushed.
And when did you say the IFC would be out? You said it would be too late.
Yeah, right now on IC's website, while you guys have been discussing things, it says now it might be available by the end of December of this year. So that means you get a week to look at it, and the significant changes that we're being asked to review, it hasn't been developed yet. The red lines haven't been developed yet. So it makes it difficult for the tags to do their work when the documents haven't been published and nobody's been able to review them yet.
I think one of the difficulties is that's driving the calendar is that December 1st published date, so that for the legislature. It sounds like if we could move it 6 months, we might have more time, but 1 year, that's it seems like a long time too.
We had similar schedule for 2021 code adoption cycle, and we had the same, I mean, the model codes we got the model codes even after December. Krista, we got the energy codes in March, I think.
Okay.
So there was a delay last code adoption cycle as well, and
we made it work. Okay, I'm gonna jump over to Micah and Roger, and I'll come back to Ken and Angela if they have further comments. Micah, go ahead.
I definitely do not want to push the 2024 codes, at least not skip them for sure. I do get Ken's concerns. When you mention energy code is a little different. I mean, I don't even know why we start with the base ICC code. Ours is so far beyond and so different. I mean, there's not even a strike through underline that we use from the energy code. So I would actually like to move away from using the ICC energy code as a comparison for anything. But I do get what Ken is saying. I mean, nobody's had time at this point to even use, review, look at, for the most part, the 2024 codes to base changes on for us. I don't know if that means we push the dates that are on this calendar a little bit, but still end at the same time. I know that's going to put work in a more compact timeline, but I do understand what Ken is getting at. I mean, maybe that's going to be where we just don't get many proposals come March. I don't know. Thanks.
Thanks, Micah. Roger?
Yeah, I was going to say the same thing. I certainly understand the concern. And, you know, part of the reason I went ahead and made the proposal was to accept this as Stoyan indicating that come January, February, we can adjust this. And I see adjustments like, I think this is what Micah was referring to, you know, you push some of the April, May, June activities down a month into the summer kind of thing. And I don't know exactly what that looks like. I certainly know we need to give ourselves enough time, so I can see some adjustments to, you know, maybe the March 15th, where the council approves the tag reports. That doesn't happen until the April meeting. It gives us another month. And if the IFC, we also would have the ability, I still believe, if the IFC doesn't come out until the end of December, or maybe it doesn't come out until the middle of January or something, we could always switch the IFC to group 2. And now there is a whole year for the IFC if one of the codes is late coming out. So we do have the ability to shift that around yet, but I think that this is really close to being something we can work with, and knowing that we can modify it in 3 months as more information becomes available. I wanted to get it out and get it posted so people can start, you know, planning for it. So.
Thanks, Roger. Jill?
I agree with Roger. I think this is fine. Is a perfect no, but I think it's fine for now. And I think we have other things to cover today, so I'm going to vote in favor of the motion.
Okay, so the motion is to accept the schedule as presented with the amendment of moving the UPC to group 1. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Katie, for the record, I'm in, sir.
Okay, thank you. Motion carries. It's 2:49. You guys in favor of another break before we conclude? So let's go ahead and take a break until 3 o'clock. Okay, everybody, welcome back. I'm going to try to fit in some food because I realize I can't go all day without eating. So I'll do you the favor of not showing my screen. Okay, I believe we have a motion on the floor to adopt the schedule that was presented, with the exception of moving the UPC. Or did we pass that? Did we vote that already?
Pass.
We did.
Okay, see that there's my memory. Okay, Stoyan, where are we at? What's next? Looks like we killed 3 things.
We have the bylaws, policies and procedures, and we have the technical advisory group seats, and we have 1 hour, which is not enough for either one of those. So my question for the council is, which one you want to discuss today?
My opinion is that, well, I'll let Micah go first. Micah, what do you think?
You're the chair today, David. You go right ahead and share your opinion first.
I was going to give you the privilege. I think we'd be more likely to make progress on the tag seats than we would on the rewrite of the proposals and procedures, or policies and procedures, rather.
Okay.
Micah, what are your thoughts?
I'll second that. That was going to be my recommendation as well, considering that those are probably more pressing than the bylaws, since the bylaws, I think, are just going to be a much longer process.
I concur.
If you think the process is great, I can withdraw all these proposals and not waste time on it. Right, but then getting from you is you don't like the process, but you don't like to change it also.
No,
I love the process. I just think we have to have the right changes.
yeah, I
Thanks.
would concur. I think definitely we need some updates. But you know, what you've shared is pretty comprehensive, and I think there's a lot of good work in there. I just think we need to really vet it, so.
So this is what we are proposing, and it's not really proposing this for discussion purposes. We have comments on the site, they are highlighted in yellow. So it's not something that, you know, I'm an argumentative person, but it's not something that I'll argue for. And I can show you the existing, I mean, the current tax seats for the 2021 code. I'm not sure where do you want me to start, but.
So this is a proposed.
This is proposed, yes.
Okay.
Yes, and we have, the council agreed on 15 maximum. My number was 11 per tag, with the exception of the energy code tag, because we have some technical advisory groups that it's difficult to get to 15, but this is what we have so far. Again, we try to take into account, see the current situation for 2021, how many vacant positions we have, when we compare the technical advisory groups, I mean, take a look on the fire and the building, we have like 2/3, even more overlapping. The same with the plumbing and the mechanical code. Residential was kind of short, so we combined with the WE code. I don't know if you want to stick with that, or you may want to change it, I don't know, but I can show you whatever you want, and I will close my mouth.
My recollection is we changed which tags reported to which standing committees, but I don't recall combining any codes or combining a tag.
It was residential with WE, and it was plumbing, mechanical, and ventilation. My proposal was building and fire, but it didn't work out. So currently, as it was decided by the council the last time, residential and WE in one tag, and plumbing and mechanical in another.
Okay. I suggest we take these one at a time. It would be very helpful to know the tag seats prior versus what's proposed. I wish that was in one document.
I will do my best to show you both.
Okay. Let's go ahead and start with plumbing, mechanical, and ventilation.
Not sure if you're using a Microsoft product, Stoyan, but if you have the little Windows icon button on your keyboard and the left or right arrow, it should allow you to split your screen equally that way. Just a thought.
I have this thing here, so he'll take care of that. Okay. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Micah. Plumbing, mechanical, ventilation is here on the left. Mechanical existing currently in 2021 is here, and the plumbing is at the end of the document. Building official, we have building official in the proposed tag. We combined for all codes building officials with cities or counties, because building officials and representatives from cities and counties, they basically represent the same thing. if we have the city manager and the building official, of course, the city manager will be the person making the decisions. Home builder, I think we are proposing a home builder here. Or we're not, yeah, home builder, we combine home builder with affordable housing, so most of these seats are here, but the difference is some are combined. Plumbing, heating and cooling. Again, home builder with affordable housing, fire official and fire marshal, we have it in one. Building official, cities and counties. The proposed number is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. Architects, I have a question. Do we need an architect for the plumbing and mechanical ventilation? Again, it's for discussion purposes. My ears are open here.
You always need an architect. Just kidding. Not entirely sure you do.
We have an architect for every single one, except that one we didn't, so I wasn't sure if we want to add one or not. This is the mechanical tech again for 2021. We didn't have construction trades. It was vacant. We didn't have mechanical engineers.
Well, we did.
We
She
did?
was the chair.
Oh,
Carolyn.
well, but yeah, but Carolyn was, yeah, but she was a council member also.
So, and if I can ask, we did pass that we can, it's a maximum of 15.
Yes.
We need to come up with the list. And then will you clarify for me what plumbing, heating, cooling is and how that's different from plumbing trades?
It was there before me, so Krista, can you clarify why plumbing, heating and cooling is there?
It could be redundant. You got a lot of companies that do all three.
Yeah.
I would assume your mechanical contractor is also an HVAC contractor. So that's your heating and cooling. And so it is somewhat redundant.
But plumbing isn't necessarily always your HVAC installer.
No, that's true, but mechanical contractor and plumbing trades cover the three things in line 11.
Yeah, except for you're talking residential versus large commercial, and
Perhaps.
there's some differences between that.
I mean, if somebody can enlighten me in what a mechanical contractor does outside of heating, cooling, and ventilation.
So, Damon,
yeah,
what you're suggesting, we get rid of plumbing trades?
No, I'm saying we can get rid of the one in A11. I think it's redundant. I'm asking if there's something different I'm not aware of that a mechanical contractor does outside of heating, cooling, and heating, ventilation, and air conditioning.
Or change that to HVAC.
Sure, yeah. Well, yeah.
But we also already have the mechanical contractor there. In row 9.
Right, that's what I'm saying. It's kind of somewhat redundant.
Well, plumbing, heating and cooling came from the plumbing code type.
Right.
And the same with the plumbing trades, so it was there before.
I don't know if it matters, but on my paper, there's a missing word, or there's an extra word, contractors. It's not on the screen. It says plumbing, heating, cooling contractors, plumbing trades. I don't know if that was.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah,
So I don't know if that helps anybody understand why it's there, but
it really helped, yes.
Okay.
Well, I understand that there may be some redundancy there, but we've pulled the plumbing into this tag. So we need to have enough people that know plumbing.
Yeah.
They can talk intelligently, for sure. So
I could see commercial plumber, residential plumber.
Yeah. It's also, we are sometimes trying to recruit these people, so to have a little bit of flexibility is good. And
Well, if we need an HVAC contractor, I might know of you.
Yeah, me too.
And refrigeration will probably be very important in this particular code cycle as well.
I represent a lot of contractors that do all of that, so I could throw that out there if we are hurting for somebody.
Okay, what do you want me to change then?
I see a hand up in the attendees list, so let's go ahead and unmute Ian, see if he has a comment.
Trying to find him.
Oh, maybe his hand, oh.
Ah!
Yeah, hi, thank you. I just while we're on this specific tag, I just wanted to, I had expressed interest in the past on filling that utility seat on the MVE tag. And I was advised by SBCC staff to wait until the fall. So I just was kind of advocating to keep that seat open.
Okay, right now we're looking at the tag structure. I don't think we're taking volunteers as of yet. But
thank you.
But noted for sure. Laura.
Hi, my name's Laura Boyd, and I'm with the City of Bellevue, and I am interested in participating in the mechanical tag. Not necessarily the plumbing, but the mechanical. And I work with Valerie Graber, and she was on the 2021 mechanical tag. And I do know that she has expressed that she's not interested at this point in doing the 2024 tag mechanical committee, but I certainly am. And I'd like to get some information on what you need from me in order to fill a spot on the committee.
Can you address that? Are we going to announce that at some point?
Yes, I can. So currently, we are discussing the seats. So what kind of professions or stakeholder groups or the representation in the technical advisory groups. And after the council votes on these seats, we will open the process, and you can submit applications and supplemental documents. We will have about a month looking for folks that will fill these seats. But for now, we're not discussing names. We're discussing the positions, the seats.
Okay, then I'll just check back then.
Thank you. Ben?
Yeah, I guess kind of to Laura's point, but I think it would make sense to have maybe 2 slots for building officials, so we could have coverage from a plumbing official like what we had with Steve Hart, as well as someone like Laura or Valerie on the mechanical side.
Okay. Ken, you had your hand up. Ken Burlett.
Yes. Am I unmuted? Nothing popped up.
Yes, you are.
Okay, thanks. I agree with what just was said with regards to the building officials, cities and counties, and fire officials / fire marshals. What has happened with this proposal is we've taken 4 positions and now reduce it down to 2 positions. So I would really hope that we could have a building official, have a cities or counties, have a fire somebody represents like the fire chiefs and also fire marshals. So we go back to 4 instead of reducing it down to 2. Thanks.
Thank you. Tom?
Yeah, I also noticed in the bylaws that we didn't discuss first, there is a provision to have a second SBCC member on any of the tags, and I don't see it represented on any of them in this grouping or any of them.
It's not here. It's not here because we don't know if we will have a second SBCC member. And the other thing is to answer Ken's question or comment, we need to keep this up to 15 members. So if we add more, we need to, if we don't need something, if the council believes we don't need something here, we need to eliminate seats and add other seats.
Um,
Katie?
Can I just add in there though, like the tags and this is something in the bylaws that we didn't get to, have to do with the tag members being kind of experts in the field. And so but also not overloading the tags with council members. So somebody who's a mechanical engineer would fit really well in this tag, but you know, like I wouldn't necessarily because I'm the general public. So that's kind of what my understanding was with the bylaws, kind of outlining that more clearly this time around, hopefully.
Thanks, Katie. Roger?
So trying to get to 15, I hear some desire for additional building officials. Looking at who we could eliminate, and I think Chell said architect, and I think that makes sense in my mind. Construction trades, I kind of feel like we have covered. We've got plumbing trades, plumbing, heating, cooling, mechanical contractor, mechanical engineer, I guess, manufacturer, supplier. So the construction trades, I think, are covered. And then looking at the educator position, could that be the general public? I mean, I could see somebody that is an educator filling the general public position. I don't know. And could actually somebody clarify what IAQ is?
Indoor air quality.
Okay.
Yeah. So, when we say educator in a lot of these tags, it's somebody that is doing building science education or that sort of thing. It's not just a random educator.
Well, I was just trying to figure out, you know, we've said 15 and
yeah, I concur that construction trades is probably redundant as well. I'd mark that for possible deletion. If you want to highlight that red. Just go ahead.
Eliminated.
So in red and architect.
But I thought you were coloring them red if we were talking about eliminating the font. There you go. Yeah. Okay, Roger.
sorry, I didn't take my hand down.
Chell?
Yeah, I guess I've wondered a general question about the general public seat on all the tags. If the bylaws were revising them to say that what we want is technical experts, everybody on the tag is general public. Why do we have a general public seat on each tag?
I was going to ask the same question because when I researched the general public that was part of the technical advisory group members, I mean, we had building officials, we had fire marshals, we had folks, you know, WABO members, we had folks representing different stakeholder groups. I guess, again, I inherited it, but I guess this was a seat that had to be filled by whoever is available. So I don't know, it's up to you if you want to keep it, or if we eliminate it, we have to eliminate it from our technical advisory groups, in my opinion, but I'll do whatever you agree on.
Yeah, I'm just asking the question. I don't know that we need to eliminate it. It just seemed interesting that was up there, given our suggested bylaws changes that say what we want is, you know, technical experts on things.
Yeah,
It was intended to kind of provide a seat for somebody in a stakeholder position that wasn't necessarily named, but became evident that we needed somebody to fill a specific niche. And so having just a general public on all of the tags kind of helped us have that ability to.
Okay, that makes sense.
Kind of a wild card position.
Yeah. So I'm not advocating one way or the other. That's just kind of a little bit of history.
Well, I'll let everybody else go. Katie, go ahead.
I like wild cards, but what I was gonna suggest is perhaps having like this has 16 seats right now. What if we had a couple, if we kept it and just highlighted the last, like construction trades or architect, if those are the red ones, recognizing that, you know, there's the priority ones, and then there, if those don't get filled for some reason, that somebody that could come in one of these other areas would also be valuable, just to give a little bit more flexibility in there. Just a suggestion as well. And then if folks aren't interested in that, I get that as well.
Okay, thank you. Jay?
Thanks. And I like the idea of the wild card, but I do think it needs to be somebody with expertise. So I think we should look at retitling that from general public to maybe, you know, just, subject matter expert or something like that. Because when I have sat in and observed the tags to try to get a head start on things that would come before the committee and things that would come before the council, it was, as somebody that has no particular expertise in this area, it would be very hard as a member of the general public to contribute. I always have a hard time just following, so I definitely want the focus to be people with expertise.
Gotcha. Thank you, Jay. And, you know, really combining your comment with Katie's comment, I think if we had we had a bench, right, of other member types that could fill in, that would give us the flexibility with the general public thing. I'm gonna lock the door. No. Okay, not seeing any other comments. I would add that home builder and affordable housing developer, definitely two different things. You could do home builder developer, or you could do home builder and affordable housing representative. And when I think affordable housing, I think of the habitats and that sort of thing. People that are strictly focused on that. Maybe Seattle housing or whatnot. So I would recommend separating those. If we took construction, we have 15 spots plus a chair. Did we mean for the tags to be 15 people plus chair or 15 people total?
15 total, I think.
So we eliminated construction. If we move construction trades and architect to the bullpen and separated home builder and affordable housing representative, we'd be at 14 plus a chair.
Well,
did we have affordable housing representative before for either mechanical or plumbing?
So for the mechanical code, we had a home builder, and for the plumbing code, I don't think we had affordable housing. We have a home builder, and the affordable housing was added as an option because we added it for the building code tag and the residential code tag.
Okay.
So there were different seats. I think it was in the building code. We'll get that, and we used the same seats for the rest of the codes. So initially for 2021, we didn't have affordable housing development. We had home building.
Okay.
And I think it was vacant in bold. So this is the plumbing code. We didn't have this position filled, and this is the mechanical code. We have the home builder. Yeah, we had Andrea there, yes.
So might I suggest you move construction trades and architect down to the bottom? You should be able to just highlight both cells and drag them, I think. Okay, and then let's throw affordable housing in on the bench too. Make it a bench position.
You want it at the bottom or here?
Bottom in red. No, don't put developer, just put affordable housing representative. That's fine. And then change 6 to just home builder.
Okay.
What are we at number wise now? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. So we have room for one more spot.
I guess I would suggest adding another building official position.
So we have building official, cities or counties. You want the same, or we want to separate building officials from cities and counties?
Yeah, why don't we split those? Because it's just an elected, that says to me an elected.
Building
representative
official and
manager.
plumbing official.
Or yeah, building official, and here we'll put plumbing official.
That's where I was thinking, but I know there can be a difference if we've had 2 slots for the between the two for the other one, previous tags.
And then were we talking about eliminating general public?
I think what was said was good, that it's a wild card slot that could be other subject matter expert.
Right, but that's where we said we'd have a bench or a bullpen down there. Architect, construction trades, affordable housing rep that could fill that spot.
Can we do that? General public subject matter expert.
I thought what we meant was this slot could be filled by an architect, construction trades, affordable housing rep, or whatever, but it
Okay,
would be above the line.
that's fine. 4, 5, 6, 13. We got room for one more. Once again, number 11 is redundant to 9 and 10.
I think we don't need to get to 15 on each of these. We need to get 15 or below.
Yeah, 15 max.
What is the deal with state agency? No one's mentioned it, and it's there.
The state agency is there, and I think Krista was trying to clarify that there are different state agencies that can bring different different knowledge and I would say raise different concerns. Did you mean that we need one for each, or?
Not necessarily, but like the Department of Health's Construction Review Services does all of the review for institutional type occupancies. Department of Health does a lot. No, that was Department of Health. Department of Ecology does indoor air quality. What was the third one? You've also got
ecology for mechanical. They regulate indoor. You mentioned that.
And the Department of Drinking Water at Department of Health. And there's also like Department of Commerce does a lot of this stuff with growth management and energy.
Is it something new? We haven't had this before.
Oh, no, these are longstanding. They've been around.
Okay, I hadn't heard anyone say if they were supporting that or. clarifying.
Actually, Department of Health's Construction Review Services is a major player on the national scene as well for what.
Seems to me that state agencies can participate at any point in time. Do they also need to be voting members of the tag?
So 3 options: have the state agency as a tag member, have the state agency as an ex officio, or just eliminate the state agency.
Yeah, I can see him in an ex officio position. Jay, you had a question or had a topic?
2 things. One is, I was going to mention ex officio for the state agency. I think that makes sense, both given sometimes tags have had quorum issues and others. I think it still would allow for participation. And secondly, where do we end up on saying specific residential plumber versus commercial plumber? So I thought that's what we were talking about for 10 and 11.
Well, I think 11, we maybe think about taking plumbing off of that and do residential heating and cooling contractor, because we've got that whole sector too that could be spoke to, because it's quite different from your commercial mechanical contractors.
That's a good idea.
I support that.
Let me ask you for clarification. So when we say commercial and residential, how you consider the multifamily buildings, commercial? Or
Those, well, like commercial, but they are mainly used with residential labor, putting the multifamily stuff together.
Okay, so when we say residential heating, cooling contractors, we mean including for multifamily, not single family buildings.
Correct.
Okay.
Correct.
I got it.
I'd just say residential HVAC.
Yep.
I'm gonna maybe suggest you add that. I think we were at 14 if you make the state agency an ex officio member, because I do want to make sure that there are enough actual plumbers on there, and maybe I'm
Well, you're gonna have fitters with the mechanical contractors, and then you've got plumbing, and then you're gonna have with the residential HVAC, there are gonna be some refrigeration in there, and that can go either with well, the refrigeration is also gonna be mainly sheet metal workers, but some of that is done by fitters depending on the contractor.
I guess HVAC does not include plumbing necessarily, right?
Unless they're trying to claim the condensate.
So, but I mean, we just took, if someone's just a plumber, they wouldn't fit under residential HVAC, correct?
No, but they're in number 10.
But my concern is do we have enough people that are just main plumbers? Do we have enough plumbing representation to have enough experts there to opine on all of the potential amendments?
Yeah, now we have 3 that specifically say mechanical or HVAC and 1 that says plumbing.
Well, but plumbing is gonna be in the mechanical contractor scope too, though.
Some plumbing is in the mechanical contractor scope, but not all plumbing, is it?
Usually they have a wet side and a dry side.
I would also argue that we
On
need
the commercial side, most of your mechanical contractors cover the plumbing and the fitting. On the wet side.
I
Then
think
they have the dry side.
I think we need a commercial builder in here as well.
If we have home builder, makes sense.
Yeah.
I don't know if we take the state agency and make them ex officio and then add.
Okay.
Yeah.
So we are.
Multi-family builder.
You're at 14.
I guess if I was. I think I'd rather have an affordable housing person than a general contractor choosing between the two to add to this group.
Now, I'm not talking about a multifamily builder. I'm talking about a general contractor commercial. All the things that Chell draws.
Well,
I guess, is that something we want as part of the voting members for the plumbing mechanical side? It's not something we've had previously. And we have it on the building code tag.
Does it kind of seem to make sense if we're really all the high rise, everything that falls under the IBC?
Right. I guess like I would feel like the mechanical contractor position would fulfill that because they would be the major stakeholder there.
Yeah, I mean, everything comes back to the general contractor at the end, so. Yeah, my recommendation would be general contractor commercial. They're the people paying for the project.
Yeah, I don't know that we need to add a 15th entity. I don't know that.
We don't, we can leave one for a council member if interested. Another council member. If there is nothing else, you can add. So
Put them on the bench then. Move it up a cell and make it red.
on the bench with a red shirt or yellow?
The red.
Red, okay.
We'll call it the bullpen.
General contractor, right?
Yep.
Okay.
General contractor commercial.
And I guess I'll just mention, like, I would recommend just having another slot for either separating out the building official and to have a slot for, okay, you have plumbing official there. Gotcha. Can you highlight that?
How many jurisdictions have inspectors that are strictly plumbing?
I think I know one.
King County, Seattle, Snohomish County, Tacoma,
Okay.
Spokane. Those are the ones I know off the top of my head.
Okay. And I imagine that's probably in the commercial world, correct?
I would say, yeah, typically.
Now we have 14, one ex officio and 4 on the bench with Richard.
Okay. Anybody else have any suggestions for plumbing, mechanical, and ventilation? Woohoo, we got through a tag. Okay, let's go.
So one of the bench seat is for elimination, actually. What? So the other 3, how we will proceed with? Just keep them into account if we don't have seats that are, if we have seats that are unfilled.
That, yeah, I mean, obviously in a perfect world, we want to fill all these positions because we deem them all important to this group, right? But I thought the thought was that we would fill the general public seat with one of those. I don't know what we do if we have missing spots. I guess, yeah, we pull from the bench.
Okay, we'll keep it the system. The second one is building.
Stoyan, this is Todd.
Yes.
I agree with your recommendation on the 4 yellow, that those are potential eliminations. And then just as a note, the test lab position is open. Dr. Phillips moved to West Virginia, so it's no longer a Coug.
This is what we currently for 2021, and we had too many vacant positions there, and several times we couldn't reach a quorum. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 22 for 2021, but 3, 6, 7 vacant. So architect is there. I have again building official, cities and counties. Again, that was my intent. They represent the same jurisdiction. Correct or wrong, I don't know. Fire official and fire marshal with the same seat. This is the home builder and affordable housing developer, and I think I got let's see, building owner manager is here, but building owner, property manager, housing association.
I think you could take housing association out of that.
Yeah, I didn't hear you.
I'm sorry.
I didn't hear you. You said something.
I said, I think you could take housing association out of that. This is building, this is not residential. So building owner, property manager would be adequate in that description.
I see Pete.
Pete, yeah, I was gonna say, Pete, go ahead.
Yeah, I guess my name should probably be under people with disability, but I'm not sure if we're filling vacancies at this point or not, but I thought I was in there, but
We have people with disability, persons with disability, and Pete, you also can fill a position as a council member.
okay, all right. So somebody else can fill that position too.
Yes.
Did we change home builder, affordable housing developer simply to general contractor?
So you want me to delete affordable housing developer?
Yeah, I'm really, I don't know why that keeps reoccurring. I mean, affordable housing is starting to become a misnomer, but yeah, I think general contractor is more appropriate, especially, again, this is not the IRC, this is the IBC, so.
We have.
Yeah, it's a general contractor, the next one.
Yeah, we have
Oh.
commercial general contractor or developer.
Okay, I missed that, I'm sorry.
Oh, it's not only you, I missed it too.
I do like having affordable housing represented because that's something the state's trying to have more of.
No, I agree, it's but they're not synonymous, okay, so.
I agree with that.
So, but I would just, and it wouldn't be a developer necessarily, it's just, affordable housing representative.
So keep affordable housing only, right?
Yeah.
I suppose we're just jumping in here. A question on persons with disability, wouldn't we just want to look or name that something like an accessibility specialist or something like that? Just out of curiosity.
Possibly, but I think we actually want a user. Like, for example, I teach the Certified Aging in Place Specialist course, which is universal design and ADA all over the country. But so you can call me an expert in that, but I think we actually want a persons with disability representative. So I see it as different.
Okay, and I definitely see it as different than that. My understanding is that accessibility covers any type of accessibility, not just those with disabilities, because most folks that are users of certain accessibility features are not disabled. That was all.
Okay, yeah.
Lemon, we have.
We got 14 minutes. I think how many we got here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
15.
I'm 15 with the chair. Yeah, I think we're fine. Anybody else want to mix that up at all? What is state enforcement agency?
Well,
Department of Health.
Okay.
And so for the state agencies, again, personal opinion, if we have them as ex officio in one technical advisor group, it should be the same for all.
I would agree.
Why should it be the same for all? I could see some of them having an important, really important voice, and others just having a less of a voice, I guess. Why stay on, do you think?
It seems to me that, I mean, they're experts in their field, so they would definitely have an important voice. It's just a matter of whether or not they should be a voting voice.
I guess I could see different agencies different ways and with regards to the code. And I agreed with mechanical, plumbing and ventilation being ex officio. I just don't know that that's a universal, anybody at a state agency is inherently ex officio and not a voting member. I don't know that I agree with that one necessarily.
I'm captivated watching Stoyan type, so I'm missing the fact we got hands up. Pete, go ahead.
Yeah, when it comes to people with disabilities, it's a relatively small population. And there are plenty of experts out there who are not technically disabled, but who run agencies that deal with people with all kinds of disability. And so I think they ought to be included in that category. And indeed, some of these folks have a great deal more experience and breadth of knowledge than I would on many disabilities. So many social workers, for example, might be a useful person to fit into that category. So I would not limit that to specifically people with a disability of some sort.
I think that Mike has suggested accessibility. Would that work for you, Pete, or do you want to keep disability?
How about accessibility expert?
There you go.
Perhaps. Not sure how to, but if you put it like people with disability, then it's going to remain essentially vacant because there's relatively few people who can take the time and energy to fill a position. Right. Whereas if you have an expert on ability or then I think you broaden the field, and you're going to get people with a greater depth of knowledge than somebody with a specific disability. For example, if I were blind, I would not have any clue what it would be like to be a wheelchair user and vice versa. But somebody who deals with a wide population of abilities would have a broader understanding of that field. So,
okay. Can we change the last four to red? Framing, insurance, electrical test. Put that as our bench, and that puts us at 15. And we have 10 minutes left. Do you want to carry on with this process, or would you like to go into your staff report?
I have.
Oh, I'm sorry. We got more hands up here. Chel,
yeah, no, I've got comments but
yeah, go ahead. Roger, go ahead.
Well, I wasn't first up, but my comment is first off, I like the accessibility person there because it is talking about code language, right? Making sure the technical part of the code language. At the same time, the structural part of the IBC is at least half, if not 2/3 of the code. And having one structural engineer, maybe or maybe not the chair as a structural engineer, maybe or maybe not the building official that has. So I'm a little bit concerned that there isn't enough ability to fill those, enough structural engineering input. That's my concern. I mean, I think we could get through it because it only has to be a voting member. You could have more structural people in the tag. They just couldn't vote. So that's my concern a little bit.
No, I concur. Chel?
Yeah, I wanted to kind of ask a process question. I feel like we could spend another 8 hours going through every single tag and every single position. If people looked at this ahead of time and sent in comments ahead of time, I think we could do this a lot more quickly. I just see lots and lots of time going into this. We're on the second one.
Yep.
And it's taken us, most of an hour to do so. I'm trying to think if there's a way to go through this just as thoroughly, but more quickly. And I'm thinking if people submitted their comments in advance, then we could maybe deal with this more quickly at another meeting.
Okay, noted. Todd?
Yeah, thank you. Just regarding the building tag, I kind of like to find a solution where the home builder and housing representative and the general contractor developer are two slots, that one is representing more of a contractor and one is representing more of the ownership of the developer. I think